All right. Good morning. Recognizing a quorum of commissioners, I call the July 10th, 2025 meeting of the Cannabis Control Commission order. This meeting is being held remote pursuant to Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2025 and is being recorded. Commissioners Concepcion, Commissioner Roy, and myself are participating in today's meeting. All votes taken today will be by roll call. We have a full agenda today that I will generally summarize. We will start with opening comments from commissioners and approval of 5 sets of minutes. Then we'll have the executive director will present the executive director and commission staff report before we proceed to staff license recommendations. There are 8 changes of ownership recommendations, 30 license renewal recommendations, 6 provisional license recommendations, 5 final license recommendations, and 1 responsible vendor training renewal license. There are 4 items in the commission discussion and vote section today: tier relegation, review of the regulatory process for notices of deficiency, plans of correction, and petition process, and commission policy discussion on shelf-stable food items and marijuana establishment retail licenses. I guess there's really just 3 of those items in the discussion and votes. I will ask my colleagues at the appropriate point that we may take some of those items out of order and fold them into the consideration after the executive director and commission staff report, just because I want to make sure we address these items in a timely manner on our agenda today. I will ask that commissioners wishing to comment, ask questions, or request a break at any part of the meeting to raise their hand to be recognized. I expect we will take about a 30-minute lunch break around 12:30. With those initial comments, I'll turn things over to commissioners for any comments or opening updates. Just to help frame why commissioners have this part of the agenda for offer comments and updates as part of our public meeting is because under the open meeting law, this is really our only opportunity for all 3 of us to share information, insights, and background on any work that we have been doing between meetings. Again, public meetings are the only time the 3 of us can discuss business. That being said, I appreciate licensees and stakeholders who are listening in or anxious to see us get down to business, but some of the information shared in opening comments is certainly helpful to our overall efforts. I'll turn things over to commissioners. We'll go in alphabetical order. I'll give my comments last, but I'll go first to Commissioner Concepcion.
Thank you, Acting Chair. And good morning to you, my colleagues, to the staff here, and to anyone who's joining us today for our July Public Meeting Day. I will be short and sweet, hopefully, today. And I wanted to acknowledge today being National Oil Day, which is also known as 7-10 Day or DAB Day. And as many of us know, it's a holiday in our industry that's celebrated every year on July 10th. And the focus of this holiday, unlike 420 is about all cannabis products. DAB Day is focused on cannabis concentrates and dabbing. And we are really fortunate to live in a state that offers many safe access points for consumers to enjoy this day with regulated products. Dabbing is also something that I'm sure those on the Social Consumption Working Group know is heavily intertwined with social consumption practices in jurisdictions across the country. It's something that is a really heavy draw for those entities. It's something that consumers seem to enjoy, and it's something that I believe will also be a draw here in the Commonwealth as well. So like so many others, I'm really looking forward to completing the upcoming regulatory round and seeing social consumption come online here in the Commonwealth. And I will note this because we're all here together. I'm also excited to be joining our acting chair in some upcoming discussions throughout the community about the process, what that looks like, and answering any sort of questions that any of the stakeholders may have in mind. And with that, I will conclude my opening comments. Good morning.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate those comments. Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Acting Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Concepcion, for those great comments about the 7/10 industry holiday. So that was great, little historical context about that. Thank you. I'll be super brief. I just want to thank the folks over at the Vault. Acting Chair Stebbins and myself took a visit to Webster to see their facility retail, and also to learn about more about ESOPs, or employee stock ownership plans, which the Vault is one of a handful of MEs that have this business model. It seems to be highly successful over there, and also help with employee retention. So I was very impressed with what I saw, and I want to thank them and the team for hosting us that day. And finally, I just want to thank the folks over at How You Doing podcast. They had me as their guest a couple weeks back. The episode hasn't aired yet, but it will air soon. And we had almost a 2-hour discussion, so very lively discussion. Always enjoy doing podcasts. So that's it, and looking forward to getting to work today. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. I will also be brief, but just to give everybody an update on things I've been doing since our last public meeting. Had a great follow-up call with the new head of the State Supplier Diversity Office to review some topics. The Executive Director of Governmental Affairs, and I met with Senator Fernandez from the Plymouth area. He's the Senate Vice Chair of the Joint Cannabis Policy Committee. Commissioner Roy mentioned our visit down to the Vault. That was great, and a lot of interest in other licensees potentially looking at the ESOP model and the benefits it brings. I also had the opportunity to tour Wonderland Cannabis, where I know Commissioner Roy has also been by that afternoon up in Millbury. Had an opportunity to discuss social consumption regulations with the Commonwealth's mayors, thanks to a virtual meeting hosted by the Mass Municipal Association and the Mass Mayors Association. Some great questions in discussion with several of the mayors from across the Commonwealth. And this Tuesday, Commissioner Roy and members of our working group and other CCC team members joined a call with public health officials and leaders from Hampshire and Franklin County to discuss the social consumption regulatory framework. I want to thank Senator Joe Comerford for also attending the meeting, and as Commissioner Roy pointed out during the call, highlighting all of her work to address the issue of intoxicating hemp during the call. So greatly appreciate that. A lot of activity obviously going on in between meetings. That said, why don't we move quickly to approval of 5 sets of minutes. All of those were included in the board packet. We'll start first with the meeting minutes from the April 17th, 2025 public meeting. Do I have a motion to approve the April 17th, 2025 meeting minutes? Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Concepcion?
So moved.
Do I have a second, Commissioner Roy?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
And Commissioner Stebbins votes aye. 3 in favor, none opposed. The next set of meeting minutes is from the May 8th, excuse me, the May 8th, 2025 meeting. I'd seek a motion to approve the May 8th, 2025 meeting minutes. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Do I have a second, Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
And Commissioner Stebbins votes aye. 3 in favor, none opposed. The next set of meeting minutes is from the May 12th, 2025 public meeting. I'll seek a motion to approve the meeting minutes from the May 12th, 2025 public meeting. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Concepcion?
So moved.
Do I have a second, Commissioner Roy?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, I will do a roll call vote. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
And Commissioner Stebbins votes aye. 3 in favor, none opposed. We'll next move on to the May 22nd, 2025 AM public meeting minutes. I would seek a motion to approve the May 22nd, 2025 AM meeting minutes. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Do I have a second, Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, I will do a roll call vote. Commissioner Concepcion?
Strength. Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
And Commissioner Stebbins votes aye. 3 in favor, none opposed. And finally, the last set of meeting minutes is from the May 22nd, 2025 PM meeting that we held on that day. I would seek a motion to approve the May 22nd, 2025 PM meeting minutes. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Do I have a second, Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
And Commissioner Stebbins votes aye. 3 in favor, none opposed. All right. We'll quickly move to the Executive Director and Commission staff report. I'll turn it over to the Executive Director.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chair, and please let me know. I'm going to go through the order of the 3 here. If we can go to the next slide, I believe I have them all outlined. If you do need to take anything out of order, please just let me know, and I will start with number 1. And so for the summary suspension order update, please note that the Chief of Investigation Enforcement is with me, as is General Counsel, but I'll kind of go through some things initially. So just as a quick update, if we go to the next slide, Executive Director, I signed the summary suspension order for delivery to the ITL on June 30th. That was delivered electronically and via mail. The SSO was added to our landing page on July 1st. That link is shown on the screen here. So that is the public document that has been reviewed, and it went into effect on July 4th. Ultimately, due to concerns for public health and safety, which are outlined in that order, the SSO was the action selected as opposed to other potential enforcement actions, which for context can also be found through that link of past actions. I want to credit the INE task force and the entire organization for an incredible amount of work that goes into an action like this. And just to kind of add some additional context, as I reference here on the screen with 30A, by nature of any enforcement action, I'm sticking simply to publicly available facts at the moment. It's important to note that under MGL 30A, commissioners may play an adjudicatory role in the future of this enforcement action, and therefore only publicly available information is currently provided to the commissioners as well. And given a pending appeal related to this matter, I have to keep this update to a very high level. For some additional context, as this action takes its due course, I'd like to highlight other work going on within the Commission designed to create a better user experience for cannabis consumers and medical patients in the Commonwealth when news like this breaks. We're looking to create a portal on our website for future public health advisories and potentially future recalls. The Commission has discussed a recall process as recently as the February 2025 meeting, and the INE team will confer with General Counsel's office and will bring forward recommendations through the Executive Director on recall process options at a future public meeting with a summary of what other jurisdictions are doing in this space, working with the Government Affairs and Policy team. Again, I want to give credit to the INE Task Force, the CCC team, on the work that went into a clearly worded and straightforward action that provides public health and safety in the Commonwealth. While I'm not able to go into Q&A on the enforcement action itself, I am joined, as I mentioned, be it by CIE and the GC, should there be any questions on any other components of my update. And I will stop there.
Thank you, ED. Appreciate the overview of the order. Again, just as a reminder, because commissioners could be part of the adjudicatory process, I would suggest that to keep to 30A, that we not use the public meeting for any questions or comments, and again, for the benefit of the process and in the adjudicatory rights that the licensee may avail themselves of. All right. Commissioner Roy, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have any questions about the summary suspension order. I just have a question about the online portal and the creation of it, and if there's a timeline, when do you think that would go live?
So I think that work has already started, and by the time we are able to most likely put an agenda item on in the future, ideally at the August meeting, to discuss and come back to the question of updated recall processes, I would hope that we could have that ready to go. I think the functionality that we've seen in other states is ultimately, what we're currently testing out and would bring to you at that point. So I'm hoping for an update at the August meeting. As early as that.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Thank you, Acting Chair. I wanted to ask a broader question, and maybe this is for Chief Jones, just about the usage of summary suspension and its necessity, if that is appropriate.
Is the question? Oh, sorry. Go ahead. No.
Go ahead, Edu. Go ahead.
I was just going to clarify that the question, it seems, is the appropriateness of the SSO as opposed to another action. What sets them apart? Is that generally the question, Commissioner Concepcion?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And I had mentioned public health, but if the CIE has additional context, please go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner Concepcion. In a nutshell, if there are concerns based on the evidence that we have related to public health, public safety, public welfare, in those instances, a summary suspension order is issued, and we have issued some summary suspension orders in the past for other licensees for different matters. But as long, the three criteria for the most part are related to imminent public health, safety, and welfare.
Okay. Thank you.
And just to be clear as well, that link on the screen is not direct to this particular SSO. It will bring you to past enforcement actions, including past SSOs and other actions.
Okay. Thank you, ED. I know you have two other matters under your report, but I know there are some items under commission and discussion and votes that we want to get to before we lose you for another obligation a little bit later this morning. Happy to, if my colleagues have no argument, I'd love to take some of the items under commission discussion and votes out of order and kick off conversations on those right now. And then after those, we would move to the two other items under the ED and staff report, that around restricted communities in the social equity program. Any objections to that? Okay. Why don't we jump first to the first item under discussion and votes, which is a discussion about tier relegation. I think Director Enos is going to lead us in that conversation.
Yes, good morning, Acting Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, everyone. Yes, happy to lead the discussion on tier relegations. Wait for this first slide.
Are you seeing that slide, Director Enos? It has changed.
It's not changing on my end.
We may be having a Teams issue. Do you have the presentation with you as well, or should we?
I have the presentation on my end, so I can go through it. Yeah, I can't see the screen right now. So.
Okay, so
I'm
the
having
first
some-
slide.
I'm having
First
some
slide for-
difficulties seeing the slides on my end, so I have the presentation on my end, so I can go through it. Okay, yeah, so what I'm going to be giving today for the board's consideration is just kind of a brief overview of tier relegations in other jurisdictions. So in Massachusetts, we outlined kind of 5 kind of main factors and criteria when assessing whether to assess licensees relegation to a cultivation, and specifically 0.5, which was any other factors relevant to ensuring responsible cultivation, product, and inventory management. The ask was to kind of look at what other jurisdictions have similar provisions for the allowance of, the relegation there. So kind of moving on first, the first state I would like to discuss is California. So California obviously has been operational for several years. And I think one thing you'll see throughout this presentation is some themes specifically regarding indoor and outdoor cultivations. So for California, they allow upon renewal for a licensee to change to a different cultivation license type with a maximum canopy size smaller than the one originally requested for. What California then did in October of 2023, they passed Senate Bill 833, which then required the California CCR to implement specific regulations to allow licensees a one-time change in reduction of their cultivation tier outside of the normal renewal period. So one theme you'll kind of see across all jurisdictions is at the time of renewal, that is really the main time where the jurisdictions assess the individual licensees' cultivation capacity and assessing the need if they should be reduced or lowered. California, due to their vast outdoor cultivation operations and large number of large industrial growers, certain factors of drought, blight, potential frost. A lot of the outdoor markets are just kind of subjected to some of the environmental controls that could impact an entire crop. So California did enact this Senate bill to allow licensees outside of their normal renewal period this one-time opportunity to change their tier level. Another factor is that California changed a lot of their regulations to kind of put a more affirmative obligation on the California. So a lot of their regulations are written more as the California shall allow this, but a licensee pretty much has the objective, an affirmative obligation to kind of request this one-time change outside of the renewal period. So again, California did that as a way to allow licensees to combat some of these unexpected challenges, again, some of these environmental controls for the outdoor grows. And again, just by sheer volume, space, and just kind of the square footage of some of their larger grows, that was something they have enacted, since, like I said, October of 2023, to allow them to do that. The one caveat with that allowance is that if a licensee does elect to avail themselves of that, if they do relegate, they have to remain at that regulated level for the duration of the licensee's life. So they cannot change then at the next renewal if they elect that one-time allowance. So again, that's one example of California allowing, again, I don't want to call it like an emergency provision, but again, they have these actions involved for kind of these unforeseen situations that might affect, an entire crop. Moving on next then to Colorado. So Colorado allows licensees to voluntarily decrease the tier upon renewal. One interesting distinction with Colorado is their tier system is based off total plant count as opposed to total square footage. Some of the factors that Colorado considers are very similar to what we would look at in Massachusetts. The first factor is they verified that the licensee has sold less than 70% of their reported inventory as reported in their seed to sale tracking system of record. In addition, their data team runs automated scripts at the time of renewal and actually the months leading up to renewal to assess during the previous 180 days, have they actually cultivated less than 90% of the maximum number of plants authorized by the next lower production tier. In addition to that, Colorado also looks at excise tax payment history, existing inventory, sales contracts, wholesale records, and licensees are required to provide these records for the last 2 quarters. But again, Colorado has a specific provision and an analysis of whether the plants have suffered a catastrophic event during the review period there. And then also Colorado has a kind of, again, I'll call it a catch-all provision where they'll state that any other factors related to ensuring responsible cultivation, responsible manufacturing, and operations can be also considered in there as well. And in my talks with Colorado, again, the objective of that is to kind of have, again, one of these catch-all provisions that provides Colorado with flexibility when assessing and making these determinations. Again, potential sanitary conditions, again, issues with the plants, crops, disease. Colorado has experienced some of these issues as well. Again, they have a thriving outdoor and indoor industry as well. But again, that's just another example of a state kind of, again, having this catch-all provision to encounter known issues, but also to, again, grant them flexibility for future developments, future challenges that may not be foreseen. So again, just another example of that flexibility, but that provision is very similar to Massachusetts's provision regarding those other factors to be considered. Moving on to Connecticut. So Connecticut largely avoided tier relegations and lets the licensee indicate their appropriate tier level. In my discussions with Connecticut, some of the rationale for that was they encountered some initial challenges with quantifying tier relegations and thought that the licensees would be best positioned to kind of make that initial assessment. Connecticut then focuses on the security infrastructure of that overlay and to ensure that the designated space does have that. Sorry, 1 second, I'm just pulling up the slides. Okay, thank you. Okay, moving on to Illinois. So Illinois, their Department of Agriculture may authorize a decrease of the flowering stage cultivation in increments of 3,000 square feet. Some of the factors that they take into consideration are, based off the market need, the craft grower capacity, and the licensee's history of compliance or non-compliance. However, Illinois took some steps to kind of limit the maximum number of space that they could increment by. So as you'll see in the slide, the department may decrease a craft grower's cannabis space by 3,000 square feet if the craft grower has sold less than 50% of its packaged product consistently over the 2 previous fiscal quarters. The department shall not decrease a craft grower's canopy space more than once in any 12-month period. And the department also may not reduce a craft grower's canopy space below 5,000 square feet. So I wanted to highlight Illinois as an example of, again, they have very strict increment levels. And I think that was an interesting approach rather than kind of leaving it open-ended to kind of dropping down several tiers. Illinois was very, very careful to stay and recognize the need for relegation, but they're taking a very measured approach of doing it very incremental, 3,000 square feet by 3,000 square feet. And as I'll explain kind of later on, Illinois is similar to Massachusetts and New York in that they are one of the states that allow probably one of the highest total canopies permissible, similar to Massachusetts. And I'll get into that kind of later on in my takeaways. But again, I wanted to highlight Illinois because they had a very, I thought, measured and detailed approach with this kind of staggered decrease, again, based off that 3,000 square foot increment. So moving on to Maine. So upon renewal, licensees may again submit the request for the tier reduction. I wanted to show that because Maine's kind of back-looking period is over the previous 2 years, as opposed to a lot of other jurisdictions where we're looking at the immediate preceding 2 quarters. Factors considered, again, Maine is looking at whether the licensee has sold or transferred at least 85% of the cannabis cultivated by the licensee. And if they have failed to satisfy the requirement, the office shall consider renewing the license at the current tier. Moving on to Montana. Again, Montana, their regulations are mostly silent on the tier relegation criteria. But I did want to raise that they have an interesting limitation, which states that any marijuana cultivator, operator, business that has not been issued a license before July 1st of 2025, which just went into effect, must be initially licensed at a tier 2 cannabis license or lower. I'll get into that kind of in my takeaways, but that is another avenue some jurisdictions are taking where they're overall kind of limiting what tier or capacity new licensees can enter the market in. Obviously, for our existing licensees that have been operational for some time, it might not be the best fit, but some states are taking that approach with new licensees coming on board where they're pretty much capping the total amount that we're allowing you to start with. Then, in some instances, then on a year-by-year basis, if then the licensee has shown that they can meet that capacity or at that capacity need, then the analysis and the request and that discussion for decrease or increase can happen. But I wanted to raise that because I thought that was an interesting approach that some states are taking. For New Jersey, a cultivator applying for a license may choose its tier in the application, but what New Jersey requires is that they then provide an explanation of the anticipated demand for products that justify its choice for the initial tier. So I think New Jersey's approach is interesting in that they try to get information as much as they can to support the licensee's initial designation for the tier. That then allows New Jersey obviously to analyze, to obviously speak with the licensee, to then kind of gauge over the course of their operations kind of where they are. But I think that was an interesting approach, including that explanation, getting the licensee's own words initially of why they believe their tier level is sufficient and adequate for their operations. So moving on to New York. So again, upon renewal, cultivators can request a tier canopy reduction through office and written approval. Some of the factors New York's considered, you'll see very similar to Massachusetts. Again, they look at an 80% threshold to ensure what licenses have sold or transferred. Obviously being a good standard, which I think is kind of baked into all regulations, but they explicitly state that in their regulations. And again, New York looks back at the previous 12 months. So they're kind of in between, again, that 2-year period and again, that 6-month period there. Again, New York is looking at whether they have sold, transferred 80% of the cultivation, the plants that they have cultivated. Again, New York has a special provision similar to other states, whether the plants or inventory has suffered a catastrophic event during the license period. Again, transfer, sales history, existing inventory, and inventory history. Again, these are kind of, again, these similar factors you'll see kind of baked in there again. But I wanted to bring New York up as an example because, again, they specifically state the good standing in there as well. And then subsection 7, again, any other factors determined by the board. Again, another catch-all provision. Again, the objective with these for these jurisdictions, again, there are just some instances and challenges that we have not encountered collectively as a regulatory body across the nation. So again, allowing for that flexibility and allowing for licensees to seek relief. But that is kind of one of the common themes. Again, jurisdictions want to have a mechanism to assist licensees in need, specifically if they have these kind of freak, random, catastrophic events that can be very detrimental to their operations. So my last 2 examples for the jurisdictions are Rhode Island. So quickly for Rhode Island, any request to modify the premises scope were approved. Again, requires further explanation by the cultivator that the request is justified by the projected needs of qualifying patients. So again, similar to previous states, Rhode Island is again requesting that the licensees provide that justification, provide that initial rationale for that. But again, the idea is to, again, try to put licensees in a position where if assistance is needed, they can do the best they can to assist them with their operations. And the last state I have is Vermont. And I think Vermont is perhaps one of the most interesting kind of jurisdictions to kind of look at what's going on. So Vermont has made a focus on craft growers. They want their craft grower market to really thrive. It's a point of pride for them. So what they had actually done back in September of 2024, their Cannabis Control Board voted to temporarily close the window for new tier 2 operations. Part of the reason that was due to an oversaturation in the market, due to seasonal need. But another aspect of that is this is going to allow Vermont the time, and they're going to be doing a market analysis, I believe, utilizing a consultant, where they're pretty much going to do a full analysis of the cultivation market in the industry and need, because they were experiencing oversaturation. And again, they had some of their larger producers, and there was a concern that, again, the craft grower market might suffer for this. So what Vermont has done is for their tier 3, 4, and 5 licenses, there is a pause on that. Tier 1 indoors will be open. Tier 2 indoor operations, the deadline for that was back in October. But again, the focus now is to allow tier 1 and some tier 2 operations to kind of open up and get going. Initially, they had discussed the pause lasting only 4 to 6 months, but there was discussion that it could be seen as up to a full year pause. So we're getting to the point in November now where some of their seasonal tier 2 indoors are going to be opening back up. But again, their tier 3, 4, and 5s are currently remain closed. Again, and that is going to continue, again, I think, until Vermont, again, completes this market analysis to kind of get a better understanding of where they are. But I brought up Vermont because I think, again, that's an interesting approach to how they're doing it. They are basically putting a pause, a moratorium on their highest licensed tiers. Again, their highest tier is tier 5. So that kind of leads me to my final slides, which are my overall takeaways. So again, as I said, there are a few other jurisdictions that have comparable maximum canopy sizes to Massachusetts. Again, New York and Illinois are some that have that, but through my research and discussion, that was one of the clearest takeaways, is that most other states do not allow their licensees to cultivate at the same scale that Massachusetts does. They do not have comparable tier 10s, 11s. Many of them are capping it at maybe 40, 50,000 square feet. And I think the approach they are then taking is licensees operate within these parameters. And again, at the time of the renewal, that is the time to then assess their capacity, to assess the market need. So again, it's not only the market need, it's also, again, the licensee's own individual ability, their need, but then again, catastrophic events, again, licensees' history of non-compliance. Illinois, New York specifically put that in their factors as well. But I think that was the first thing that kind of struck me, was that Massachusetts is certainly on the higher end of what we allow licensees to cultivate regarding our tier levels. Another, observation is that some jurisdictions have kind of moved away from, again, square footage and tiers. Again, Colorado is an example where we're focusing on total plant count as opposed to the square footage of the grow operation. I think there's some pros and cons to that, but I think obviously then that would maybe allow licensees to kind of think about their physical bill out and physical layout different. Again, if we're not focused primarily on the space itself, but the plant count itself, I think that's an interesting caveat. And again, Colorado's upper limit for plants, when you look at the total number allowed, compared to what Massachusetts would allow for our highest tier level, it's just a much smaller amount of plants they allow. And again, another common theme, again, time of renewal, that seems to be the consistent across jurisdictions. And again, just reiterating what California allowed, they went even a step further kind of with that Senate bill to even allow, again, that one-time change in a licensee's cultivation scale outside of that normal renewal period as currently licensed. And again, as I kind of said, again, the catch-all provisions, again, Massachusetts, New York, Colorado, again, those are, I think, common in a lot of areas of other jurisdictions. And I think, again, as information continues to circulate, as jurisdictions continue to do the work, obviously we're learning new things every day. But again, I think it's important to, again, have as much specificity into these factors as possible. But again, having that catch-all provision, leaving that flexibility open for the commission to, again, engage with licensees, again, for these unforeseen and these future developments that we may encounter. Again, I think that is a very prudent approach to kind of, again, leaving that catch-all provision that allows that flexibility on both the jurisdiction and the licensee's ends. But then again, kind of looking at some of the conservative approaches, again, limiting the total canopy of the highest tier, or indicating or limiting which licensees may be initially licensed as. Again, Montana has the provision, again, where they said, okay, we're accepting licenses, but you have to come in as a tier 2. They're pretty much stating we are accepting applications, but they are then dictating you have to come in at this tier level, again, due to market need and oversaturation. So I think, again, those are some more conservative approaches there. But overall, the regulations appear to be more prescriptive overall, with increasing tier than reducing tier. But some jurisdictions, again, have taken that step now. But again, many of the same factors are looked at. It's almost two sides of the same coin. Inventory history, compliance, catastrophic events, market need. So I think this was some information I wanted to present, obviously, for the board's contemplation as we're looking at tier relegations in Massachusetts. But some jurisdictions are taking some very interesting approaches here. But I hope that information was helpful for the board, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director. Appreciate it. That was very thorough. Appreciate the homework that you did to pull all that information together. Commissioner Roy, go ahead.
Thank you, Acting Chair. Thank you, Director Enos. This is very helpful. You obviously did a lot of homework, as Acting Chair Stebbins said, touching base with all these other jurisdictions. So a couple of things that you said, and I just have a comment and then I have a question, were very intriguing. I was especially interested in what Illinois is doing, especially the provision you cited based on market need, and Vermont is analyzing the oversaturation in the market. So I thought, that was very interesting, because it was always explained to me that we're regulators and not market analysts. And it seems like other jurisdictions, to have a healthy, vibrant industry, are also doing a market analysis. And I also just want to flag in the House Bill H4160 that came out of Massachusetts House, that I know this isn't the final product, but there is a provision in section 53, and I will read it into the record, that the Cannabis Control Commission shall conduct or retain an outside expert in economic analysis to conduct and publish a study analyzing the businesses licensed under Chapter 94G and 94I. The study shall analyze the appropriate number of licenses to be licensed under this chapter, the adequacy of cannabis supply for patients and consumers, or whether an oversupply harms market participants, and the adequacy of the Commission's enforcement of its regulations with respect to cultivation tiers. So this is kind of out there right now in the House bill, and we don't know what the final product will look like, but I just wanted to flag that. And I personally feel a market analysis should be part of what we do to ensure, like other jurisdictions are doing, to ensure that there isn't this oversaturation or this race to the bottom, and they are throwing in some safeguards to help with that. So that's more of like a comment than anything. And my question is for you, Director Enos, or maybe for our Chief of Investigations and Enforcement. Have we ever relegated anyone?
Sorry, go ahead, Chief.
I know there's been self-relegation. I know there's been self-relegation, but has the Commission ever imposed a relegation on a licensee?
Go ahead, Chief.
Commissioner Roy, not to my knowledge. So far, the relegations expansions that we have has been a situation whereby the licensee, they submit a request to the commission and then we review it at that time. So it has been voluntary or self-relegations by the licensees.
I just have one follow-up, Acting Chair.
Of course. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chief. So for today's purposes, this is very helpful because there were some really good takeaways from other jurisdictions. So my understanding is you are looking for clarity from us, the board, on how to proceed. And so, before we move on to the next topic in our agenda, I'd like to know what that looks like, a timeline, when, I think you want direction like yesterday, but it's on our books, it's on in our regulations, and most of them are pretty objective. There's one that's subjective at the bottom, but we can, obviously that's there for a reason. So I just want to have clarity that you are ultimately looking, right, for direction from us.
Yes, Commissioner Roy, we are looking for that direction from the board related to the tier relegations and renewal, because at this time our regulation says it's this that we may, it doesn't say we shall. And then also to considering that this is something that we have not been doing, it's been based on the licenses having to ask for it, or where it's been voluntary. We're looking for the board to give us direction in terms of what we should be doing moving forward.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. I just echo some of those comments from Commissioner Roy. Again, first of all, Director Enos, thanks for going through the extensive homework on what other jurisdictions were doing. As I was sitting here listening to your conversation, your presentation, and kind of walking through what different jurisdictions are doing, there certainly sound like some things that Massachusetts may want to consider, just potentially basing it on number of plants and not square footage. I think you raised some great points about what other jurisdictions are doing that we should be doing. And Chief, I think to your point, you're looking for clarity from us around that may versus shall language, right? Shall, yes, offering a little more clarity, one, not only to you as the enforcement body on this, but also to our to the industry and the community, so that they know for certain that when they come up for renewal, if they're a cultivator, that these factors shall be considered. I think so. I'm kind of looking at this right now as kind of two separate items, right? One, does the commission want to go in and make that regulatory change from shall to may? And I think that Chief, you and Director Koval and Director Enos, that's been, the issue you've been getting in front of us. So a question around whether we should think of that language change in the next regulatory round, and then beyond that, looking at some of the things that other jurisdictions have been doing and kind of evaluating whether those are measures that we may want to incorporate into our regulations at some point, right? That's more for review and discussion and further study, but at the same time, getting some clarity in the regs of proposing to strike may and incorporate the word shall in that section of the regs. So that's just the way I'm kind of looking at it. But I think to your good homework, Director Enos, I think there's other things that we can look at. Commissioner, thank you for bringing up the point about what the House bill would be asking the CCC to do in terms of analyzing the market. Is a simple data point that we should be considering here. Also, what's happened with price compression in all of these jurisdictions. So that kind of overall blanket umbrella term of market analysis certainly comes into play with what's been recommended in the House bill. Commissioner Concepcion, any thoughts or questions on the presentation?
I had a question, Acting Chair, but your analysis and your comments actually answer that, because when the request, the way that it was phrased, was a little bit confusing for me about guidance, when in my mind, the way that I understood what was before us was a regulatory change and the consideration for a regulatory change. So I guess my along the same line of thinking, Chief Jones, are you asking for something a little bit more immediate? I just want to sort of understand your thinking.
Thank you, Commissioner Concepcion. Yes, we need an answer, if it's not today, but hopefully sometime in one of the future meetings, because from our listening session that we had, the licensees did talk about this. They did, it's been mentioned that this is something that they're particularly interested in. And since it's something that the team has not been doing, we do not want to implement or start a renewal to looking into tier allegations without the board's direction, because it's not something that the commission has been doing all along from the renewal process. It's not part of our renewal process. We have not been doing it. And then also to there are requirements in there. We did talk about this before in our previous public meeting, that there are requirements, I believe 5 of them under that regulation, that we want the board to sort of, which is why Amon presented this here today, was part of the homework that the board had asked when we had previously presented this, that they wanted to see what other jurisdictions were doing so that they could then give us direction in terms of what we should be doing. As Commissioner Roy mentioned in today's public meeting, is that one of them is very broad. I think it talks about best practices related to cultivation. That's very broad. That means a lot of things, a little of things. And so it would be helpful for the board if there's any regulatory amendment, if the board decides to go that route, the board could say, hey, go ahead and for a renewal process, even if it says you may, for us to do so. Or it could be, the board's decision to say, based on how the regs are written, let's do a regulatory amendment, including in terms, the requirements that are related to this. You could decide to revise those as well. But it's something that the board really needs to decide. And then we do need an answer, because this is something that, keeps coming up from some of our licensees.
I have a follow-up question, Acting Chair.
Of course.
Because where my confusion is based on that language. I believe what you're requesting, it's permitted under the May language. I agree that we're talking about a regulatory change that we should probably work on, and we'll have that conversation. I believe we're doing that now. But are you suggesting that you're precluded from utilizing this regulation? I guess I don't see the prohibition, and that's where the disconnect is with my understanding.
Right. I understand. Okay, thank you, Commissioner Concepcion. We are not saying that there is a prohibition, but the thing is, since it's not something that we have been doing all along, even though the regs say we may, it's not a process that we have in place, right? And the commissioners at renewal, you vote on renewals, right? Mm-hmm. So if we had to start bringing renewals before the board, as the way that the regulations are written, the board will be asking questions as in, where is this coming from in terms of tier relegations and expansions now? Because this is not something that we've ever done before. So it's a process question in terms of, since we have renewal recommendations that we bring before the board, tier factors have never been something that we discuss at renewal, right? And so the board sort of needs to give us direction in terms of, one, can we proceed right now with the way things are? And if so, let's communicate with the public in terms of 60 days from now, this is what the commission will be doing, so that when they see that at the public meetings, they have an understanding of where this is coming from. So I think, it is very important for us to, that's part of the mutual communication that we've been talking about, that it is important for us that if especially it's something that the commission has not been doing, it has not been part of our processes, we need to, A, get direction from the board so that it's not a surprise. B, communicate with the public in terms of letting them know that this is something that we'll be doing moving forward, so that when they are providing us information for renewal, when they start seeing us asking them questions related to their tiers or tier factors, they would know where that's coming from. That is really what this is.
I really appreciate that breakdown. I'm sorry, Acting Chair, I was speaking out of turn, but I just wanted to, that is very clarifying. It's helped me in my understanding of the request here. And I'm sure for anyone who's maybe impacted, who's listening or may listen in the future, I'm sure that's really helpful to that breakdown. So thank you, Chief Jones.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Roy, go ahead.
Thank you, Chief Jones, for that explanation. I just have a comment, then a question. And I'm not trying to steal Director Koval's thunder for later, but I did jump ahead in the board book and looked at the slides. And just, to flag for folks currently, and we do round up, so the tiers are arranged, each tier, and so we do round up, so these aren't exact to the plant or the square footage, but approximately, we currently have 3.5 million square feet that have commenced operations for cultivation. And in between the provisional and the final license, we have another 1.3 million in square footage in the queue. And if everything gets through, we're just under 5 million in square footage of canopy. So I just want to flag that. That is a considerable amount of canopy for folks. And I just want to understand, since we have this, to Commissioner Concepcion's point, there are no prohibitions. We have it in 552 D and E. Do you just need motion language to say that the board, permits the I&E staff to begin to enforce 552 DE within 60 days? Is that what you're looking for? Something like that?
Yes, Commissioner Roy, that would be helpful. If the board is comfortable with us moving forward with the way that the language is written in the regs, then that's fine too. That would be helpful. But again, based on, the tier factors, especially, I think I just don't have the language in front of me.
I put it in the chat. Chief.
Okay, let me see. Right, so especially with requirement number 5, any other factors relevant to ensuring responsible cultivation, production, and inventory management. Looking at that, it could mean a number of things, right? Any other factors relevant to insurance, so that we are not arbitrary and capricious when we're now looking into these tier factors during renewal. We need the board's direction related to, do we still need to, especially with, requirement number 5. If you want to leave it as is, then we leave it as is. But the key thing is, I believe when we had the discussion related to this topic in the past, we had received some commentary from the public related to this requirement. So I think it will be helpful for the board, even though you don't give us motion language today, let's say at a future meeting, to go back, to those comments to see, what steps we would need to take related to requirement number 5.
Okay. ED, I see you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to summarize Chief Jones' point there at the end, which is, I think ultimately the point of today was to answer the questions that have been posed at a previous public meeting, make sure commissioners were comfortable with the level of information that was brought back, and then have this for action at a future meeting. But I do think as well, if ultimately, there's a general consensus here that you're interested in taking action, that then I&E and myself can work with general counsel to have that prepared for the next meeting, or an action that would move us forward here. So I think that was kind of the timing. This was intended to answer questions that had been previously posed, to make sure commissioners were all set with the level of information, and then we could take the next steps and bring back something actionable for you.
Thank you, ED. Yeah, great points raised by my colleagues. I think I go back to Commissioner Concepcion's point, and Commissioner Roy made this point as well. I don't see anything in this language that prohibits you from enforcing to your relegation. I think that's pretty clear. Obviously, so that's just kind of one thought on my own. Or in agreement with my colleagues. I appreciate, again, going back to I think where the original question was, changing the regulatory language of the commission shall consider, because I think that offers more clarity with respect to enforcement. I think it offers more clarity with respect to what our licensees in the cultivation space could expect. is I looked through the rest of that language. And again, item number 5 kind of leaves it open-ended, and for for some level of confidence for a licensee that's in the cultivation space, I'd worry about 5 being a little bit too open-ended, and that I would get potentially relegated to a lower tier. I do think this, again, I read it, I don't think there's any prohibition that we couldn't be asking you to enforce tier relegation. I also think there was a question of whether we want to change our regs and take the word may out and put the word shall in. And then I think for a longer discussion, we need to have some good discussion and review, going back to Director Enos's kind of update of, are there other things that we want to consider or another approach that we want to take? So, happy to follow the ED suggestion. Hopefully this has been some good feedback for you all from the 3 of us in terms of kind of where we can take this in the direction. Maybe we can come back with something at the August meeting to kind of think through a good next steps, a few good next steps and approach.
If I may, Chair, quick.
Of course, go ahead, Chief.
Yeah, the team, we were not saying that we're prohibited from doing this. The thing is, at renewal, the board votes for, there's a vote that the board, has to make related to renewals. And we wanted to make sure that, the board is involved, because you will be the one relegating. We will be the one presenting what those factors are. And now you decide whether to relegate or not. And this is not something that we could just bring before the board without having a conversation or discussion about it, and also getting direction from the board in terms of what it is that, we should be looking into. Now, I recall from the previous public meeting, after we had the public meeting, there was a litany of emails related to irradiation. Does that mean inventory that has gone through irradiation and all that? Will that be factored in and things like that? Because it's part of responsible cultivation. So that's really what we understand. There are no prohibitions, but the point is, it's something that the board would need to vote. We cannot make those recommendations for relegation without really having this conversation that we're having now.
Yeah, and that kind of becomes a process piece, as I'm hearing from all of your comments, Chief, of when we do look at renewals and there is a cultivation licensee, there's got to be some recommendation, again, to relegate down. Obviously, we've appreciated the fact, and obviously there are cost savings to anybody who kind of self-relegates down. But our renewal process would have to look at not only renewing the cultivation licensee, but looking at that recommendation and all the backup information to relegate somebody down. So I think this is a good conversation, a good discussion for us to continue, as the ED mentioned, and maybe bringing something back at the August meeting. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Commissioner Concepcion.
Thank
Having
you.
a problem seeing people.
I had a final
their hand for some
question.
reason.
One last question.
Yeah.
I wanted to know, Chief, if you and the team have, and I'm sure you have, but taken into consideration, there's a statutory time frame for renewals under 94G Section 6. If this would have any impact on that turnaround that we're required under the law to complete the renewal process in.
Thank you, Commissioner Concepcion. We already had a discussion with the legal department about this, and I believe, I don't recall, don't quote me on this one, but I believe when we had the discussion, we had also talked about this. So we would need to reconvene with the legal department related to that, because of the 90-day requirement. There's all these other requirements that they have in there. And that's something that we had talked about, which is also why it's pertinent for us to have this discussion, because of those statutory requirements.
I think, Acting Chair, if I may.
Of course.
I just want to make sure that analysis is completed, because we don't want to run counter to the law, just to make sure that if there's this change and we begin this process, just ensuring that it can be done within that required time frame.
Yes, Commissioner Concepcion will be working with the legal department and through the executive director will be bringing back that information to the board as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to suggest, following up on the EDU's recommendation, we bring further discussion about this back at the August meeting. But again, greatly appreciate all the good homework, Director Enos. It generated a whole bunch of new questions for me in terms of other things we should be considering and adopting. But I think, Chief, to your point, some immediate fixes need to be put in place. Again, especially when renewals come up, and appreciate Commissioner Concepcion flagging, making sure that we stay within the statutory requirements for renewals. Okay, thank you both very much. We'll quickly move on to the next topic, which was under commission discussion and votes, which is a review of the regulatory process for notices of deficiency, plans of correction in the petition process. Director Enos, I know you're right here with us again to tackle this topic, but this is, I asked that this be added to the agenda because there seems to be some clarity needed among licensees, and I thought it'd just be a good reminder to walk through this process again for the public's benefit and other licensee and stakeholder benefit. So I believe, Director Enos, you're taking us through notices of deficiency and then plans of correction. I believe our GC is going to follow up and discuss the petition process. So, Director, I'll let you jump right into it.
No, thank you very much, Acting Chair. Yes, I will be giving out a broad overview of the notice of deficiency of plan of correction process. So just for reference, for the NODs, we're looking at 500, 501, 310, and for plans of correction, 500, 501, 320. So under for notices deficiency statements, as following inspections, unannounced inspections, as well through the various audits enforcement staff does, as well as looking in through maybe complaints or other tips. If ES is made aware, observes, or discovers a regulatory violation, a written notice of deficiency is issued to the licensee. That notice of deficiency is pretty much clearly stating out the regulation and provides a narrative that explains ES's observation of the violation. That is then emailed to the licensee. The licensee then has 10 business days to respond with their written plan of correction. So just one point of clarity, when a licensee submits a written plan of correction, that does not mean that at that point all violations have been rectified. That is merely their written plan to come back into compliance. So under 500, 501, 320 plans of correction, all plans of corrections are required to have 3 specific pieces of information for each cited deficiency. The first is the specific corrective action to be taken. The second is a timetable for such steps, and that timetable must be done in the most expeditious manner possible. And the third required piece of information is the date by which compliance will be achieved. So to break it down pretty simply, all plans of correction for violation, you have to tell us what steps are you going to take to fix it, how long is it going to take you to fix it, and finally, when is it going to be fixed, and when will you be back into compliance with that cited observation. Upon receipt of the written plan of correction, enforcement staff will then review it for whether it can be accepted or not. If a plan of correction is acceptable, the lead will then notify the licensee via writing, and then we will take then steps to verify proof of implementation of the corrective action. Depending on the violation cited and depending on the corrective action implemented, ES will verify this either through additional requested documentation, it could be another review and metric, or it could be verified on site during the next inspection. If the plan of correction is not acceptable, the lead will notify the licensee in writing that the POC is being rejected, as well as providing specific reasons as to why the POC is being rejected. Per our regulations, the licensee then has 5 business days to submit an amended plan of correction. The lead will then assess the amended plan of correction the same way the original plan of correction was assessed. If the amended plan of correction is acceptable, the lead will then notify the licensee in writing that the plan has been accepted. If the amended plan of correction is still not acceptable at that point, that may then lead to a potential letter of warning to get the licensee back into compliance. So let me stop there and kind of see if there was any questions, but that's kind of a general overview of our process for NODs and POCs.
Any questions from my colleagues? Okay. Thank you, Director. Appreciate that. Appreciate it. Seeing none, I'll move on to the second half of this. Oh, go ahead, Commissioner Roy.
Are we moving on to the shelf stable, Acting Chair?
I
don't want to. Okay.
Yeah,
I don't.
no.
Okay.
We're moving on to the other half of this, which is the petition process.
Oh, my apologies. Okay.
No worries.
Okay.
I think our GC is with us and is going to cover the petition process.
Yes, good morning, Acting Chair. Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Hope you can hear me okay. I'm going to go through our petition process for regulatory change. I was asked to give a kind of a high-level overview of the procedures involved to request regulatory changes. So our procedures are contained in our regs, which are at 935 CMR 500.830, as well as in its medical counterpart reg, which is at 935 CMR 501.830. These, I encourage those folks that are listening here today to consult with the regs and to look at them carefully as they consider filing petitions for regulatory changes. So our regs provide an opportunity for those interested to request changes in our regs. They do that through filing a petition, which would ask for either the adoption, amendment, or repeal of any of our regulations. The regulations require, or this process requires, that any petitions must be in written form. They must be signed by the petitioner or the petitioner's representative, and they must include the following types of information. First, it has to include the name, address, and relevant contact information for the petitioner or the petitioner's representative. Secondly, the petitioner's specific request in the regulation must be included. Next, the petitioner's request for the adoption, amendment, or repeal of a regulation, including proposed regulatory language. Next, if the request is to amend an existing regulation, then a copy of the existing regulation with changes clearly marked must be submitted with the petition. And then finally, this is the last required part of the submission, the reasons for the request must be included. And that must include, but is not limited to, citation to any relevant legal authority, arguments and evidence, including data, and any other information that supports the request. Once that request is made and submitted, and I should add that that package, that petition, should be submitted by email to commission@cccmass.com. That is the email address that is intended for receipt of these petitions. After we have received the petition and it has been deemed to satisfy the requirements that I just outlined, the Commission then may consider the petition at an open meeting and in its discretion decide whether to take action on the petition or not. And then finally, our regulations require that within a reasonable time, the Commission or a Commission delegee will notify the petitioner as to the determination, if any, concerning the petition. So that again is just a high-level overview of the process to request changes in our regulations. And again, those are outlined in our regulations at 935 CMR 500.830 and 935 CMR 501.830. And I'm happy to take any questions, but I think that was the overview that you were looking for.
It was. Thank you. Commissioner Roy, go ahead.
Thank you, Acting Chair. Thank you, General Counsel. Appreciate the explanation. You had mentioned that about petitions being brought to the board for review and consideration. I don't remember that exercise ever taking place as my time as a commissioner. I feel that the petitions have been a negative determination or a positive determination that stopped at the ED level. Do you know of an instance where it's been brought to the board?
I don't know historically going back if there has been an instance where it has been brought to the board. I can tell you that the board did delegate responsibility for review of these petitions to the executive director by vote on August 6, 2020. And so that is the delegation pursuant to which these requests have been reviewed. There is a process in place whereby the legal division does review these petitions as they come in, and if they do satisfy the requirements of the petition, a recommendation is made to the executive director whether or not the issue is ripe for commission consideration, and the executive director then makes the determination as to whether to bring that to the board's attention.
Commissioner, go ahead.
Thank you, and I appreciate that because I am looking at the list of delegations right now, and I appreciate you putting a date stamp on that in 2020. This is the authority of the board. So if my colleagues were so inclined, this is a power, that authority that we can take back. It directly impacts policy. All of these petitions are asking for a petition for change, a regulatory change, which is policy, which is the hat we wear. So this was delegated by previous commissioners. And I don't know if there's an appetite to reclaim that authority, because these are unequivocally policy decisions that don't percolate to the level to reach us. So just want to flag that for my colleagues.
Thank you, Commissioner. ED, go ahead.
I was going to note, obviously I've not been here for a very long time, but this has not come up in terms of the use of the petition process. And so I think obviously one of the things that we could also discuss and look back on and report back to the board on is how often the petition form is used. And I think as well, one of the things that I know the acting chair has mentioned in the past is potential future regulatory rounds beyond social consumption, listening to not only what staff has in its priority list, but also hearing from external stakeholders as well, that, if the petition process is, again, I think the intent of the AC was to have it summarized here for public consumption and utilized, as well as outreach in the future before our next regulatory round. I think that may be getting to this point as well of kind of getting them to the board efficiently. And so again, I think the point of them being stopped at the ED level, I cannot honestly speak to that actually happening, certainly in my short time here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And just for clarity, obviously there's a petition process to change the regs. There's also, as we know, a waiver process that licensees can pursue, which is separate. And that's relief from regulations. So, and we've had conversations, or at least I've had conversations to think about the waiver request process, because some of those could actually create interest in making policy changes, even though it's kind of a separate process and certainly seeking relief as opposed to seeking a change to a regulation. But it's a good point that you raised, and appreciate your thoughts, Mr. ED. Commissioner Concepcion?
Thank you. I'm in agreement with Commissioner Roy. When at least my own recollection, I remember this being a part of our conversations, at least with the working group's conversations around changes to the delivery license type and their efforts through the petition process that wasn't brought before the board. And I agree, this is a part of our role. It's actually the core function of our role, to be the policymakers, to make those sort of decisions. So I wanted to state that for the record. Commissioner Roy, I'm glad that you made those comments because my thinking is aligned with yours as well.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, commissioners. I would suggest I'll work with ED is a follow-up to the GC. Do you have your hand up, or were you?
If I might add, I just wanted to add that the delivery regs were changed pursuant to the petition process. So there is some history here with respect to prior actions that have come through the petition process. But we can flesh that out further in further discussion with the ED.
What I would like to suggest and work with ED as a follow-up to this conversation is look to a future meeting to one. I would be curious about how many petitions we've actually received since that delegation was made, and that was back in 2020 before either of the three of us were members of the board. And think about that delegation question, Commissioner Roy, as you brought it up, and also get a little background on how many petitions we might have received in that intervening period. So look to either potentially our August or our September public meeting to bring this back and have it on the agenda. Commissioner Roy, go ahead.
Thank you, Acting Chair. I just need to back up Commissioner Concepcion because that was never brought before us, General Counsel, with all due respect. That was never brought to us through the petition process. I've never seen a petition. One has never been brought in front of me. I can't speak for my colleagues. So I just need to back her up because that, even though staff may have seen the petition, we didn't. And it was only through their extreme and robust advocacy around the petition process were these regulatory changes made. I feel like we're in the dark on these petitions, and I would like to vote declaratively next time we bring this up. Either we're going to keep it, we're going to get it back, or we're going to leave it, because I've been for 3 years saying I would love to see these petitions. This is our job. This is policy. They're asking for a regulatory change. So I just need to back my colleague up because we never saw anything like that. I didn't, at least. So just for the record.
Thank you, Commissioner. GC, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Acting Chair. Just if I may, we're happy to bring forward, stats and numbers for discussion at the next at a future meeting, during which time we can provide the information that was brought forward regarding the delivery changes. And I'll hold my comments for now on that, but there is a chain which we can get into and show regarding that delivery change that was made. But respectfully, that can be done at a future meeting.
Okay. I would also, if we're bringing this back, one, to address the delegation question, one, to address the petition process, that we also pull together as part of that conversation, again, the waivers that come in, which to themselves might suggest or ask for regulatory change, but it's separate from the petition process. But like to have discussion around the, the reporting mechanisms for some of the waivers that the commission receives as well. Kind of a two-part discussion that we can hopefully line up for either conversation at the August meeting or conversation at the September meeting. Commissioner Roy, go ahead.
Thank you. And maybe like the equitable relief petitions are being brought in front of us. Maybe there's a similar track there. Just kind of throwing that out there.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, if there's no other comments or questions, let's move on to the next item that was under for commission discussion and votes. And this is being presented on shelf-stable non-cannabis food products and being sponsored by Commissioner Roy. And Commissioner Roy, you have your hand up already? Go ahead.
I
Do you need a
do,
break?
because we need a legal break, because we got an email. I just like, if you, myself, could huddle up with legal prior to the presentation, I think that would be helpful.
Okay, let's take a 5-minute break. We'll try to reconvene at 11:37, just to try to keep everybody on track.
So how do we do this virtually? Do I call?
You can call myself, the ED, and
And then we'll
GC.
patch everybody in? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks, everyone. All right. I think we have everybody back. My apologies. Reconvening. And again, for this next item, I'm going to hand it over to my colleague, Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Acting Chair, and thank you, everyone. Today, I am sponsoring the topic of shelf-stable non-cannabis food products. Just for a little context, this topic has seemed to come up. The timeliness of it is based on the board's conversations around social consumption and the role that shelf-stable food items will play in that regulatory scheme. And so there have been questions from some of our MEs that are retailers. So having said that, are the slides up for the public? I can't tell on my. Okay, I can't see them, but that's okay. Okay, so the next slide, the commission and discussion and votes part here, and we may or we may not take a vote, but the current policy is non-cannabis shelf-stable food products are not permitted to be sold in retail marijuana establishments. This is a policy carried over from the original commissioners. Next slide, please. When taking a look at other jurisdictions around shelf-stable prepackaged food items, for California, they generally dispensaries can sell non-cannabis items, but they must comply with local health and safety regulations. For Colorado, they are often more lenient, allowing such sales, but still require compliance with health code requirements. In areas allowing on-site consumption, those without a license to prepare food can serve hot beverages, pastries, and prepackaged food. Oregon is similar to California. Dispensaries can sell non-cannabis items through local jurisdictions. May have additional roles. Illinois, localities that permit on-site consumption, prepackaged food may be served, but it cannot be prepared on-site. Next slide, please. The Massachusetts social consumption draft regulations in their current form, in areas with licensed cannabis consumption sites, only prepackaged and shelf-stable food and drink are allowed to be sold. A sale of shelf-stable products. A social consumption establishment shall sell food and drink items that are prepackaged and shelf-stable, other than edibles, and seek all licensees and permits to do so. A social consumption establishment shall not sell alcohol or tobacco products. B, today's discussion is to discuss the opportunity for alignment for retail MEs with social consumption draft regulations. And this is a board decision. This is a policy consideration and decision. So next slide, please. Again, I had mentioned the timeliness of this coincides with our discussion around prepackaged shelf-stable food items. Currently, there are a number of retail MEs attempting to sell non-cannabis shelf-stable food items. I&E, my understanding, would like the board to provide clarity. Commission laws and regulations neither explicitly allow or prohibit MEs from selling non-cannabis shelf-stable food products. 500-145G, a retailer shall adopt separate accounting practices at the point of sale for marijuana and marijuana product sales and non-marijuana sales. So I will pause here because I'm not sure if we feel we'll need to provide a vote in motion language, but I just want to open this up for discussion around the permissibility of having our retailers being able to sell prepackaged food and drink, shelf-stable prepackaged food and drink items. So I just want to open it up for discussion with my colleagues.
Thank you, Commissioner. Happy to offer my thoughts. First of all, thank you for bringing this up. Obviously, it's both a matter to I&E as they have obviously been working through legal arguments as to why they've issued these NODs in the past. I certainly think that some clarifying language in the regulations is certainly required. I do think, though, when you look at our existing regs, there is language in the regs around what we define as a marijuana retailer. I think offers some language and insight as to how INE has addressed these matters in the past. I know that this was not an issue or a regulatory change that the current set of commissioners made, but there was explicit language put into the regs around a marijuana establishment branded goods and a definition for that. So for me, that gives me some indication that the CCC, obviously, again, a policy set by the inaugural set of commissioners, that they wanted to be mindful of what dispensaries were allowed to sell. Obviously, I think it was about a year ago, we had a proposal brought forth by a retailer that was looking to sell lottery products. They didn't start doing that. They had some expenses to proceed in that direction, but ultimately the commission set aside a discussion for that. I think more appropriately thinking about how lottery may or may not be folded into social consumption establishment, because some of their games, such as Keno, are a lingering game. You need to be present and on site if you want to watch the game and claim your winnings. But also discussion in that around, would there need to be some type of MOU or MOA with the lottery, because we are talking about potentially access by other governmental entities to what is space that does not have access for the public. So a lot of good questions. Obviously, Commissioner Roy, in bringing this forward, I think the industry is looking for some clarity as to what they can offer for sale. I'm happy to work with you and work with legal to think up some regulatory language. I think, as you pointed out, there's some different regulatory language around authority to sell other items under our medical, but it was not carried over when adult use regulations were created. So I think there's still some work to do, but I think, the going through the regulatory process is probably the best way to give some clarity, both for our INE team and also for our licensees out there. Commissioner Concepcion, do you have any comments or thoughts?
I had a few thoughts. First, Commissioner Roy, thank you for sponsoring this item and leading the conversation today. I actually shared some of your thinking, Acting Chair. When I saw this item on the agenda, my mind immediately went to the conversation we had around lottery sales, because this, in essence, is a conversation about the sale of non-cannabis items in our licensed facilities. And I looked back just to see how long ago that was, and it looks like we received a memo from the team here on February 20th, 2024, and then we had a conversation about this that I believe you, Acting Chair, sponsored on February 29th, 2024, where we talked about that MOU. And the reason why I am mentioning all of this is because I see this as a larger issue when we're talking about the sale of things that we do not license. I sort of see it says we have to close both doors and making some sort of determination. The other thought that I had in mind was, Commissioner Roy, and the other jurisdictions that you flagged, the bulk, if not all, I believe the majority that you referenced of jurisdictions stated that the sale of non-cannabis shelf-stable foods are admissible, are permitted in social consumption spaces. And you also flagged some of the draft regulations that are currently being discussed here by us. And the rationale, I understand. Absent a ton of scientific research in cannabis, the idea of providing some sort of substance to people who are consuming, the idea of them being there for a prolonged period of time in social consumption lounges, that makes sense in at least in my own line of thinking. I want to ask you on the retail side of things, what is the need? What is the necessity for the allowance of these types of products to be sold?
And thank you, Commissioner Concepcion. And yes, and except California does allow in dispensary as well, based on the other jurisdictions. So what I'm hearing, and we've received letters which we can submit into the record from ComCan and from Ryan Dominguez and the Mass Cannabis Coalition, is that folks are looking, based on the challenges of the current market and based on price compression, they are, even though this isn't a complete game changer for folks, it is an additional revenue stream that doesn't negatively impact public health or public safety. And I'm glad that you cited the memo from the legal team on February 20th, 2024, because I did reference that in the slides as well, that analysis that we received as well. So we are hearing from licensees, they are looking, to provide additional revenue streams, and that since statute and regulation is silent on it, that's kind of for us now to consider. Do we want to keep in place from the previous commissioners the policy that they implemented, or do we want to evolve a little bit here? And have maybe retail in alignment with social consumption, because theoretically, you're right, you go there, you're going to spend time there to consume, but there's also scenarios where you could walk into a social consumption establishment, buy one pre-roll to go in a bag of chips and walk out the door, because you do not have to consume there. You could take it to go, like a de facto retail. It could serve as, so there is a plausible scenario where someone could go in, buy a pre-roll to go, a bag of chips, a bottle of water, and be on their way. So very similar. So I think it's more of a parity issue as well. And also, I'm hearing from numerous MEs that the additional revenue source would be extremely helpful, and it doesn't negatively impact public health or safety.
Commissioner Concepcion, go ahead. Then I want to make sure I jump to the ED, but go ahead.
That's helpful. I think there are two things. One, my understanding of the regs are a little bit different in terms of how someone is able to purchase and consume shelf-stable food items. My understanding was that that was something that was purchased in the licensed entity side that is a social consumption site, which is separate from the retail establishment. But that's aside. I think the other thing is it's helpful for me to understand your thinking behind it, because now I don't believe that we can separate the two. We're talking about the sale of other items to give licensees the ability to have other streams of revenue. So my only, maybe not only, but I just think that it has to be folded into the larger discussion about non-cannabis items being sold.
Fair enough. Commissioner Roy, would you mind if I just jump to the ED really
yeah,
quickly? I know his
Yeah.
time with us is short. Travis, go ahead.
Appreciate it, and I apologize for having to jump here. I'll switch to the phone and probably lose some ability to speak. So thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. I just really high level, I think that the conversation's great. I just want to reference as well, Commissioner Roy referenced it. I had two communications I just want to reference for the minutes. One was from the MC July 3rd, 25, with a file titled MCC Snacks and Water NOD letter. The other communication we received from CONCAM Inc. received on July 9th, 25, with a file titled Snacks Narrative. And so, I think basically my overarching thing here, I think this is a great conversation. I think, especially as we get through social consumption, is the commissioners reviewing a policy decision of past commissioners is obviously something that is a major function of what you all do. I think the reason that I personally like the idea of having this discussion tied to the social consumption regs that we'll be getting back to at the end of this month is that process, the promulgation process, naturally has a public comment period baked into it. And so by potentially working on having this discussion tied with the social consumption discussion of if these snacks, right, the term under the header snack here, is going to be allowed in social consumption, do the commissioners in your policymaking ability and regulatory process want to incorporate that as well for adult use? That I think by rolling into that process, you're also going to get, in addition to the comments that you've received in anticipation of this agenda item, you'll receive comments from all over the place as it relates to the public comment period for promulgation. So I think it's a great conversation. I think that tying it to that makes more sense, obviously, where we've had INE have been consistently enforcing this under past policy decisions of a previous board, and you're about to have this discussion in the larger context of the social consumption regulatory discussion. Thanks.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and again, Edie, as you pointed out, if we go through the promulgation process to one, offer clarity both for us and for our licensees, I do have some general concerns. Of offer those now. You know, we might look for input from communities during that public hearing process. You know, I'm mindful of that. Once a licensee could be permitted to start selling something that are not cannabis products, that might put them in a position where all of a sudden they're competing with another local business. But I think getting some community impact or community input on that through the regulatory process as a commissioner would help me out in terms of some final policy decisions. But Commissioner Roy, I'll go back to you.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Executive Director, for your comments as well. So just for the record, I just want to read the citation in 501, which is 105.19G, which is very prescriptive, which states, unless authorized by the commission, an MTC may not sell any products other than marijuana, including MIPs and marijuana seeds and other marijuana accessories and products such as vaporizers that facilitate the use of marijuana for medical purposes. So those regs are very prescriptive. So I think clarity would be, on the adult use side, would be helpful for everyone moving forward.
Thank you, Commissioner. I agree with
Yeah.
that.
Sorry, my fault.
Sorry, I cut you off.
And also in the slides that I referenced, I did pull from the perspective of the memo that we received from the legal team. So, you know, folks are saying, you know, she said that it's, you know, quoting me, as I did glean that from the memo we received around the lottery sales. And if we do revisit the lottery as well, and then we decide to put a clear boundary, then perhaps we lift some of this language from 501 into 500 if we decide that, you know, we're going to move forward with prepackaged, shelf stable, or we make a decision on lottery. We're able to throw the brake to your joke, you know, so folks aren't selling used cars out of their dispensaries. So we are able to put some safeguards in there if we choose moving forward as well. So again, I want to thank my colleagues for a great conversation around this, and I want to thank those that have reached out around this as well. So thank you.
Commissioner Concepcion, go ahead.
Thank you. And Commissioner Roy, do you mind expanding on that a little bit more? The last comment that you made around the putting in some language and safeguards, do you mind just explaining that a little bit more?
Of course. So if we decide to, say we decide during the social consumption regulatory drafting, we decide as a board we want to incorporate language to permit the sale of shelf-stable prepackaged foods, or we decide to allow the sale of lottery items. Some folks have flagged like we could be on a slippery slope to other things. And so how do we prevent that? And we could prevent that through lifting some of that language from 501 into 500, which has a clear demarcation of what you can and cannot sell. So I think at some point we might want to entertain that. So we're not going down this slippery slope of all these items being for sale at a retail ME. But if the board inclines, if we are all in agreement and we decide to allow retailers to, which I support personally, them having the ability to sell shelf-stable prepackaged foods. If we decide that, then we can also kind of shut the door after that and say anything further needs to come in front of the board for approval. Does that make sense?
Can I ask a follow-up question?
Of course, go ahead.
Well, actually, it's not for Commissioner Roy. If Chief Jones is available, I wanted to ask, I guess, two things. One, about a better understanding of how large this issue is, what they're seeing in terms of NODs and where we're, just the amount, just to get a better understanding of that. And then if there's any sort of insights in terms of what we're discussing now, the impacts of that on their current operations.
Chief, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here,
Oh.
Acting Chair.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Concepcion. So far, we have 14 NODs related to this matter. And of those 14, we have 2 that are actually disputing the basis of the NODs. And they've pretty much taken a position that until they have clarity from the commission, they'll continue doing so. As in selling, non-cannabis shelf-stable for products. So we are at a point right now where the conversation is timely because of the fact that we do have licensees that are particularly interested in doing so, and we are looking to the board to get that clarity or guidance as far as the regulatory language is concerned.
Commissioner, do you have a follow-up?
I do. I have a follow-up comment. Chief Jones, thank you. Commissioner Roy, I believe the one thing that I would just request, and I know we all will, we have to be in agreement on the final language anyways, but just having some language that expressly prohibits any other items from being permitted for sale in the retail establishments. And I think that would alleviate the concern that I have, is, there being some sort of message from the commission that we are open to other things, or you can try to sell beyond what's being prescribed today in our licensed facilities.
Commissioner Roy? Yeah,
yes,
of course.
I'm in full agreement with you, Commissioner Concepcion. Absolutely.
Chief, just to for your purposes, again, it was appreciate the kind of history that we've had with other folks that have gotten NODs. I'm assuming outside of these 2 that everybody has filed correct plans of correction, and those were obviously adopted. Some reason that I also wanted us to walk through what the plan of correction process is and what's required of a licensee through that process. So thank you for that. So if you'll permit me just to kind of capsulize the conversation, Commissioner Roy, since you're the sponsor of this topic, I give you the opportunity. I think you've seen some consensus from Commissioner Concepcion and I that we definitely want to consider regulatory language. So you can go off that consensus and we would fold this into the next promulgation round, or I'll give you the option if there's a motion that you want to make for us to consider. So I give you either option.
Thank you, Chair. I just dropped it in the chat. That was from DGC Baker and General Counsel. And I just want to give Commissioner Concepcion an opportunity to read the motion language. So if we could just take a moment just to do that.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
So let me ask my colleagues, do you think it's helpful to have motion language that holds us all sort of on a time frame around this topic? Or do you just feel verbal consensus that we will address it is sufficient?
For me, and again, Commissioner, this is your lead item. I'm happy to go on the consensus because now that you've talked in your presentation about possibly incorporating stuff from 501, I don't think that's reflected necessarily in your motion. I think if I'm hearing Commissioner Concepcion right and you correctly, I think that is some language that we definitely want to consider if we were to add language in the next promulgation period. So we can either amend the motion to reflect that, or again, we can just go off the consensus that I think all three of us would welcome language, draft language for us to consider, hopefully on the 28th that would address these issues. But Commissioner Concepcion, any thoughts?
I agree with you. The other thought that I had is just the request that I made. I don't see it reflected here about having firm language that there aren't other things that are permitted. And the reason why I'm flagging that is because it seems like that was the issue that has created this this rub with the NODs, is because we did not expressly state what could and could not be sold. So I just wanted to flag that to make sure that's also being addressed in this process.
Commissioner Roy, let me ask you, are you okay with feeling a consensus from the three of us that we definitely want to pursue language to address the issue?
I am, and thank you, Commissioner Concepcion. I do agree. We do need to have that additional language baked in. So, you know, today is July 10th. We're going to reconvene on the 28th, so it'll still be fresh and ripe. And so as long as we put a big pin today that we will revisit on the 28th, I'm completely good.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Any other points on this? Chief Jones, anything you would need additionally from the commissioners on this, or you comfortable with how we can proceed? CRED has left the conversation for right now, but go ahead, Chief.
Yeah, thank you, Acting Chair. Yes, we are comfortable, and we'll see what the board will decide at the next regulatory discussion related to this. It is an issue that we really are looking forward to get clarification on. So thank you.
Thank you.
And if I can just say, I think there's consensus that the commissioners are comfortable with how I&E has been looking at these and, you know, issuing NODs, and kind of what your understanding of the regs as they apply to these issues as they've come up in the past.
Yes, Chair. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. We have two other items we'll try to get to before we take a lunch break. We'll jump back under the Executive Director and Staff report. I believe the next item was discussion around restricted communities and an update on that work from our Director of Government Affairs and Policy. Matt, are you with us?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can. Welcome, Matt.
Thank you very much. Well, good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you, Acting Chair. Following public meeting discussions this past winter and spring, the Government Affairs and Policy team reached out to all 351 municipalities with a reminder that if restricted municipalities have changed their bylaws or ordinances to allow their residents to receive deliveries from licensed delivery establishments, they should contact us so that we can update our municipal zoning tracker to ensure the public, licensees, and all cities and towns have the most up-to-date information on what is allowed and where. So it appears that a licensee also contacted cities and towns to ask that they update the commission if they've made any changes to their local laws. And since those public discussions and notifications, we've received updated information from 22 municipalities and 11 new towns confirming that they now allow delivery licensees to deliver within their borders to adult use consumers. So our next steps are a targeted approach to send specific communication to restricted municipalities only, and a second statewide reminder to all towns in our next quarterly newsletter. This way we will remain top of mind with local officials so that they know exactly how they can contact us and that this option remains open to all adult residents. These communications will continue on a regular basis throughout the year and the coming years. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them now, but it definitely looks like some really excellent forward progress over the last few months. So I want to extend my thanks to the commissioners for those public meeting discussions and the government affairs and policy teams for developing some of these communications and all of the departments that have lended a hand to review those copies. So I really appreciate it. So thanks all.
Thank you, Director. Commissioner Roy, go ahead.
Thank you, Director Giancola, for the update and for your team's work and the outreach that you conducted. I have two questions. The first one is you mentioned 11 new communities that permit delivery. Do you have a list that you could read of the towns if that's available? And number two, are we communicating this information to all of our delivery operators and couriers in that space so they are aware of the expanded map?
Thank you for the questions. I don't know if licensees receive direct outreach whenever a new city or town gets added to the list, if you will. Generally speaking, the guidance that we've shared with delivery licensees is that the municipal zoning tracker is an excellent resource for them, and we hope it is as up to date as possible. But we also understand that it's not always the most up to date. Simply because cities or towns may, be a bit delayed in reaching out to the commission, or if they've changed their laws, we might not be the first notification that they will make. So we always recommend that licensees reach out to the city or town directly if they have questions on exactly whether or not they can deliver within those cities or towns. But certainly, it's not a terrible idea to reach out to licensees when a change is made. So happy to take that back to the team and see if there's a conducive way that could be done. And then in terms of those 11 new municipalities that do now allow deliveries to their residents, that is Acton, Canton, Falmouth, North Brookfield, Orleans, Petersham, Russell, Winchester, Whitman, Wellesley, and Webster.
Thank you. That was real helpful. Thank you.
Hey, you bet.
Thanks, Commissioner Roy. And Director, thank you and your team for doing this good work. As we've talked about at previous public meetings, we thought this outreach was kind of low-hanging, I don't want to call it low-hanging fruit, but it was an approach that I felt we had within our regulations that we could reach out to communities and ask them. First, applaud the 11 communities that have, decided to now allow for not medical, that's always allowed, adult use delivery. And again, we think it helps us in two ways. Certainly it helps create different market opportunities for our delivery couriers and delivery operators. But more importantly, I think there's a public safety and public health element that we've talked about with respect to this topic, which is allowing safe transportation and safe access to tested products from the licensed market for residents of all communities. And as I think about the additional conversations we continue to have with the public safety community and the partnerships that we've built with mass major city chiefs, thinking about what the opportunity is to reach out to those individuals and stress the public safety and public health component to allowing expanded delivery and what that might mean for their community. So happy to talk with you offline of how we can communicate that to the public safety officials as well. Commissioner Concepcion, you turned your camera on. You have it.
I did. Thank you, Acting Chair. I might have missed this piece, but first off, hello, Director Giancola. It's always good to see you. Thank you for this information. I wanted to ask for the number now. So what is the updated number for the remaining restricted communities?
That is a great question. I believe it's around 117, but let me pull the latest numbers.
And then while you're looking, so based on this information, we've received 22 responses, 11 responded by allowing for delivery. Okay.
Yes,
so
correct.
So in the remaining universe, we just have not heard back from.
That's correct. Yeah. So it looks like I was off by 116 are listed on our website as not allowing delivery.
Okay.
And again, I think it's important to remind any communities that might be listening, this doesn't forego any prohibition that you have in terms of allowing licensed establishments to open up and do business in your community. It's merely opening your community to allow for, again, delivery of licensed and tested and safe product to your residents. Thank you, Director. Obviously, at any time you want to come back with any additional information or anything to be shared with the commission, we invite you to do that. Commissioner Concepcion, go ahead.
I have a request, not from our Director Giancola. I know you've done a lot of work on this, and it's been over the span of, I want to say almost 2 years now that you've been working on this. I had a request for our legal team because there's been some changes within it. When we spoke about this this issue here, we received a legal analysis that was essentially inconclusive in terms of whether or not towns have the ability to prohibit the sale, delivery sales to occur within their municipalities. And my request is for that to be revisited. I think it's time to have some fresh eyes and to get another analysis in terms of what this actually means, and if deliveries can be prohibited by towns, even though they're already occurring in the medical realm, and if it is essentially restricting transportation.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Certainly we'll follow up with the legal team to go back and review that analysis.
Thank you. And before I completely stop and we can go on to the next agenda item, it would be helpful to have a time frame on when to anticipate that. So I know we probably can't get that today because I'm just saying it today, but my request is for the GC and the legal team to give some sort of time frame on when to expect some more information.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Director, thank you very much. We'll move on to the last item under the Executive Director and Commission Staff Report, and I will invite Director Williams to join us. This is updates from our Equity Programming and Community Outreach team. I'll stop there so I don't kind of steal her thunder on what she's going to talk about. But Director Williams, are you with us?
I am. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you, Acting Chairman. How are you today?
Great. Thank you. Go ahead. Jump right into it.
Yeah, we can jump right into it. I understand it's late in the afternoon and people are looking forward to a break, but this is a great opportunity, and I'm excited for this update. So we're going to be talking about the 2025 Social Equity Program application opening. Next slide. The Social Equity Program will be opening another application period in 2025. I wanted to make sure that everyone was aware that the application will be opening on Friday, August 1st, 2025, with a submission deadline of Tuesday, September 30th, 2025. We will be doing a rolling application review period and reviewing applications, providing any application support so people can complete their applications through Thursday, October 31st, 2025. Next slide. My next slide is just a reminder of what the social equity program eligibility criteria are. The criteria has not changed. We have 4 very strategic eligibility criteria to enter the social equity program. The first one is residency in an area of disproportionate impact and proving at least for 5 out of the preceding 10 years that your income does not exceed. So the residency is 5 out of the last 10 years, as well as an income component, which is not exceeding 400% of your area median income. Excuse me. The second one is a drug conviction. So this would be an individual qualifier, a drug conviction not limited to marijuana or continuance without a finding in residency in Massachusetts for the preceding 12 months. The third qualifier is married to or the child of an individual with a drug conviction, not limited to marijuana or continuance without a finding, and residency in Massachusetts for at least the preceding 12 months. The last criteria is any individual who has been certified as an economic empowerment applicant. During that certification period, there were 6 criteria. As long as they prove 1 of the 4 out of that 6 criteria, they would then gain eligibility into the social equity program as well. Next slide.
Director, let me just ask you a quick question, because looking at eligibility number 4, obviously there are folks who are already in that economic empowerment program that that window is now closed. Just give us and for the public a quick sense of what they would now gain by becoming a social equity program participant.
Sure, definitely. I think that the most important factor and something that I'm super proud of is the technical assistance and training. Through the technical assistance and training program, when I first entered the equity program and community outreach department, we had 23 courses. We currently have 73 courses, and they range from interest in the employment industry, re-entry into the industry, executive C-suite opportunities, obviously still concentrating on entrepreneurship, as well as advanced coursework. So if you are currently definitely understanding that a lot of people that are in the economic empowerment priority applicant pool either are in business or are business savvy. I'm not saying that that's not the whole population, but this is a category of, like you said, that was the first category before things started actually rolling. Let's just put it that way. And so we have advanced curriculums, which the advanced curriculum meets people where they're at. So if your business is open, how do you evolve your business? How do you infuse and retain talent, career pathing? How are we looking at raising capital now that you're already open? And that's kind of like what the centric focus is on advanced coursework. So I think that technical assistance and training is a great component of what they're missing. I think that's one of the best. So education and support and resources. We also have dedicated portal. So in the EquityWorks Career Hub platform, we have a dedicated space where there's going to be job fair opportunities, any incubators that'll be offered around the Commonwealth. They'll have access to that priority pool as well. Within EquityWorks Career Hub, we also have Career IO, which helps you look at resumes, hire, maybe update your own resume and look for another opportunity. So all of those things are kind of benefits that are new that we've provided under the social equity program.
Thank you, Director. Commissioner Roy, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Director Williams, for this update. I have a question and a comment. So on number 2, a drug conviction not limited to marijuana or continuance without a finding. So forgive me if I don't remember, but has that language always been included, not limited to marijuana? if it hasn't, can you explain? I think I know the thought process to expand and be more inclusive. Is that a newer language? I just don't remember necessarily seeing that. And I just also want to flag for folks, because this has come up in the past around suitability, and that just because you get into the SEP, you still have to go through our suitability process, and it's important. Some people don't know that. And that's why I'm flagging that's really important. Maybe we need to like footnote that somewhere, because you still have to go through that process. So anyway, just on number 2, glad to see it there. Like, if you could just explain if that's been there and I just missed it, or is that new language in there?
No worries. Thank you very much, Commissioner Roy, for the question. The language under 2 and 3 has always been there. That has always been what the language is.
Not limited to marijuana. That phrase, I guess, is what I'm focusing on.
That phrase is exactly what it's always been.
I just just read through and didn't notice it,
No.
but I appreciate it. Thank you.
No, definitely. And then I guess to the second part of your question is the social equity program. It is a program. We have benefits. We have technical assistance and training. We have the employment platform. We have Talent LMS, which is our learning platform where you get instructor-led courses, or you can do self-paced courses. All of that is incorporated. In the courses, we do have specific curriculum that is taught about licensing, right? And a part of that in the investigations, compliance, and enforcement piece, all of that curriculum also lets people know about suitability. I think that it is something that we've always articulated, that the social equity program is not a license type. And it is built to be a resource, a technical assistance and training, and a way to prioritize and help you, one, get into business or whatever your avenue is, because everyone doesn't want to be an entrepreneur, but whatever that pathway is, that your journey that you're on is sustainable. And so we provide all of the knowledge to do that. I think that the pre-certificate, one of the well, we'll get into it, but one of the benefits is the pre-certification, right? And so through that process, the suitability piece is incorporated there. And then it is something that we always are making sure that people are mindful. I think that footnoting it also identifies the conflict that a lot of people usually bring up, is that the things that allow you to get into the program may be things that you might be barred from the program, barred from licensure. So it is something that we do as an educational piece as well.
Acting Chair, if I may. Yeah, thank you. And
Finish up, Commissioner Roy, and then Commissioner Concepcion. Sorry.
Thank you. And just my last point, so I just want to flag for you, Director Williams and your team, of the 6 provisional licenses today before us, 4 of the 6 are SEP program participants. So that's a big deal and a testament to the work of you and your team. So 4 of the 6 provisionals are SEP. I just wanted to flag that. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Concepcion, go ahead.
Thank you, Acting Chair. Thank you, Director Williams. I know you have more of a presentation today, but there is one thing I did want to add onto your comment. I think it's important to highlight the fact that the social equity program is not just for entrepreneurs or people who are pursuing the licensee avenue. As a matter of fact, the bulk of people who go through our social equity program go in the other tracks that are offered. Either they work in the industry, they do some sort of ancillary service, so on and so forth. And I just wanted to state for the record, Commissioner Roy, you brought up an excellent point in terms of the suitability standards and how it interacts with the program. But the standards change based on if you are someone who's pursuing a license versus if you're someone who is pursuing a job, or if you're someone who has their own company and wants to do something that serves a cannabis entity. So the standards and the threshold changes. Probably the least amount of scrutiny is given to those who have their own entities or their own establishments that wants to work alongside the cannabis industry. For agents, that's where we had that really big change in the law under Chapter 180, where essentially you can have a record, it's really broad, and be an agent within the industry. That's something that I've spoken about at length. It's something that I have been a strong proponent of, because when we talk about the war on drugs, when we talk about people who are going through sealing, expungement, criminal justice reform, so on and so forth, that offers some more opportunities. But the most stringent and the highest threshold are for those who want to be licensed within the cannabis industry. And that's something that by law, you can't have certain things on your record. So I do think it's important to flag that for people at the onset so that they are aware of what they're getting into and the opportunities that will be provided to them through this space. But I say all that to say it's a very long-winded way of me saying that the social equity program is really helpful for just about anyone. There's opportunities here in the industry, but they vary based on the type of record that you have and what you want to pursue.
Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate that. Director?
Thank you. And I think
any other questions?
Echoing Commissioner Roy and Commissioner Concepcion, I also want to just, I guess, not put notice or flag, but also make sure that everyone understands that sometimes it's scary when we say that, right? When we're saying that like suitability, if you're going for licensure, you know, that on your record, it could be 20 years ago. I don't want to get into like a specific scenario, right? But I think my comment is more so to make sure that, yes, these are things that we are looking at and we have to look at. And like you said, it's built into the suitability standard, but also knowing that this is a partnership here that we do with the commission. And although we're looking at that in Celia, let's just use Celia as an example, just to keep it clean. And I get a notice that says I'm unsuitable, I have an opportunity. There are opportunities to come to the commission and say, you know, I was 22, I made a mistake. There's an opportunity to advocate for yourself. And so we do listen to those cases as well. So I just wanted to highlight that is what we're not, it sounds like when you think about it, like we're closing doors, but we listen to opportunities in scenarios here as well through the suitability hearings.
Okay.
Next slide. And so I just quickly wanted to, I mean, we kind of like got into it. I wanted to quickly just go over the program. I think that everyone, for the most part, is aware that the social equity program is a program that the Equity Programming and Community Outreach Department manages. The point of the program is to make sure that peoples and communities most disproportionately harmed by marijuana prohibition are created pathways through education, through resources, and through support through their journey in the regulated cannabis industry. Their skills, outcomes, and what their dreams and aspirations are in this space, it varies by each individual. And the way that we've built the program and evolved the program is to meet everyone where they're at. Next slide. Echoing Commissioner Concepcion earlier comments, we do have different tracks and different focuses. And again, this is built on the premise of meeting everyone where they're at. The most popular, and I think that the one that people tend to highlight the most, is the entrepreneur track. These are individuals seeking licensure and ownership, either product, manufacturing, delivery, retail, and cultivation. As I'm thinking about the tracks and the track focuses, there are conversations happening about how can I make pathways for sustainability. And so those are kind of like where my mindset is now, where the curriculum is set, in teaching people about the different aspects of these different avenues within the entrepreneur category. But where my mind is going now and where I would hope it to evolve is, how do I create sustainable pathways? I think that in a conversation that was happening earlier this morning, when we're talking about, I think, echoing or putting, you know, a sticky note on a comment that Commissioner Roy made about the canopy space that we have, that is a hard license type to get into. So is there a way that I can evolve my programming that would create a smaller, sustainable pathway for more people within the equity track and to be able to be profitable in that space? So those are kind of things that I'm thinking about and how we can evolve that and make sure that we're meeting people where they're at. Core is people who are looking for participants or accepted participants that are looking for more executive managerial level employment opportunities. Again, we've created the Equity Works Career Hub to be able to bridge that gap between licensees and job seekers and people looking to evolve in the cannabis space. I think to that part as well, within the curriculum that we've built out, we have created curriculum where the employer, or if you're in the program and you're like, how do I evolve my staff? How do you create that career pathing? How do you retain that talent and move that talent up through these opportunities at an executive level? That's where we want to see the career pathing. I think that when we're thinking about what that also looks like, it's almost a two-pronged conversation, because we have licensees saying that like they're trying to sustain business. So when you're trying to you're in almost like survival mode, it's like, how do you expand? And so we want to have those conversations. So we're creating those opportunities. We have entry level, re-entry level positions. These are focusing on getting to know the regulated cannabis industry. How do I enter the cannabis industry from returning from incarceration? How do those transferable skills now translate to professional attributes that you can bring licensees? And then we have finally our ancillary track, also being referred to in our new curriculum as we're building it out and building it on our website as the integrated business solutions pathway. And these are non-license touching, but still supporting the regulated cannabis industry. Trade professionals, HVAC. Currently, we're in the midst of social consumption. What are we looking at for air purification suppliers, cleaners, window tinters, HR professionals, consultants? All of these people support, all of these businesses support the regulated cannabis industry. And how do we also infuse those opportunities so they're being prioritized in our regulated space? So this is the landscape of the different track of curriculum and support that we provide under the program. Any questions?
Yeah, Director, real quick, thank you for that.
Yes.
And again, I say I applaud you for moving away from the ancillary title towards the integrated business solutions. Thank you. And at some point, when we look at the entrepreneur track, we're going to also need to add out social consumption licensees, and that may also bring about a whole new set of kind of courses and curriculum that might help somebody who's now getting into the hospitality, essentially,
Yes.
industry. So great to see that and flag that as well. Commissioner Roy, go ahead.
Thank you, Acting Chair. Thank you, Director Williams. My question is around the Equity Works Career Hub. And I'm wondering, in the slide with the program benefits, if possibly down the road a benefit could be assistance to all SCP participants with posting their job, their resume on our job portal, assistance with that to help them as a job seeker to get listed on our portal. And I just wondering how that's going so far, and if there's a way to integrate that as a program benefit down the line.
Yeah, definitely. It should, like, going through the slide, when I created this slide deck, it wasn't something that I had rolled out yet, but it's definitely a program benefit, and you'll see it as it was highlighted. It was highlighted in our newsletter and all of the announcements that we put out. We make sure that we're advertising that. Since we're on that topic, if we don't mind, next slide. And what we're referring to, or where we are in this conversation, is talking about program benefits. So before I get into some of these things that I've already kind of like talked about, let's highlight the Equity Works Career Hub. And so I am currently in the planning stages of like a job fair, which will get people. So I'm going to initiate what it could look like if I have a bunch of employers, job seekers, integrated business solutions. As you can imagine, that's a lot of strategic partnerships. It's getting everyone to the table, first and foremost, making sure that everyone at the table is available on that date and time. And so that's always the hairy part. But we have people who are registering as employers. We have who have opportunities of employment. We also have people registering in the portal at different phases. We have some people who have uploaded resumes, some participants with complete profiles. So I'm going to initiate it. I think that I have people within the platform, right? What I do need is people to get active on the platform. There are different facets that employers, that's what we'll call them, employers can use. So you can advertise your jobs on the platform, but redirect someone to your website. So you don't have to do all of the activities, the full service activities that I have within EquityWorks platform. But if you have any incubators, if you have any employment opportunities, if you want to do a hiring fair because you have several opportunities that you want to hire on the spot, the platform can do that for you. What was I going to say? I was going to say something that you just said. Oh, in the beginning when you said if you are a new licensee, this portal is for people who are at any juncture in their licensing journey. I mean, when you're just starting up, maybe you need an accountant, maybe you need a lawyer, maybe all of those things you can look for on the platform. We are building it out to build those different categories of job seekers, but that is the idea of the platform for everyone, employers and job seekers, to use it at various junctions of either their career, starting their career, wanting to evolve their career, starting your company, wanting to evolve your company, backfilling vacancies and things like that. So it does all of it. And we are in the beginning stages of that. There is robust activity there. I haven't had any job fairs or anything like that. So I will be the first to kick it off. And that's kind of like where the platform is.
Commissioner Concepcion, go ahead.
Thank you. Director Williams, you said something that jogged actually a previous thought that I've had, and I wanted to know if you've given any thought towards it, because there are a lot of people who go through the program who can essentially assist each other. You know, there are people who might have a resource or who's going through one track that could be used by someone or an entity going through a different track. Can you kind of tell us about the networking opportunities here? Because I know when things were just getting online before I became commissioner, a lot of these spaces were really sought after by people in the industry to come together in person and network and get an understanding of what each other were doing and what was offered.
Right.
Is there some, I know things are different now because a lot of things are virtual and digital, but are you and the team thinking about those opportunities for participants to network with one another?
Yeah, definitely. I think that, so I am of the opinion that even though things are different now and we are in a more virtual space, I think that gives more opportunity to network. I think that it makes at ease of accessing people, individuals' time, meetings, discussions, and networking easier, which makes the EquityWorks platform even that much more of a resource. All of the conversations that we're having, I've had, to your point, and to Commissioner Roy's earlier point about it being a benefit and the networking opportunities. And I think furthermore, what you said is this is what the industry asked for. I think everyone needs to understand that you asked for this. The respected constituents, the regulated cannabis industry, my licensees, my job seekers, this is something that as I was into the community and you're speaking with our acting chairman, you're speaking with our commissioners, you said you wanted. I can't make people use it. I think that is the real crux of my conversation. Everything that I've put everything into this platform. So if you're looking to network, there is a networking board. If you have an incubator or volunteer opportunity or internship opportunity, you have a space for that. Register and create that environment that you want. And it's easy. I have tons of people on there, people who are looking to start up social consumption businesses that haven't gotten to final licensure, but are building that network and seeing who was on there. If you have an integrated business solution, this is the space for you. So no matter where you are in the industry, whether you're a business or you're a job seeker, you have an opportunity, integrated business solution, you want to network, let's use the space that the Cannabis Control Commission has provided for that. I promise you, it's easy to use, it's easy to navigate, it walks you through it. And if you can't, we have a dedicated email address, which is equitycareers@cccmass.com. I will attest that I am always available, and my staff is always available and monitoring the email box, and we get back to people either through email or a virtual call or a verbal call where we just walk through what you can use the platform for, how to register. So the support is there. People just need to use it. That's like everything that we have said that we wanted to provide, that network and that bridge. I need both parties to cross the bridge and utilize the tool.
Acting Chair.
Of course, go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you. And Director Williams, I always talk about your team because, you know, I feel like aside from the investigators, just the amount of time you all spend out and about and on the field is incredible, because you also garner a lot of people every time you put something on. So hats off to you. But I wanted to, specifically when I was talking about those opportunities, I meant amongst the EEA and SEP community. So amongst that community, I know that like the Equity Works platform goes beyond, but I was thinking more in terms of the actual the social equity program. If there's spaces, if there's something that's created within that where there's a cultivation of relationships.
Yeah, definitely. So there's a dedicated, so I guess I'll walk back. Previously, when I presented the Equity Works career platform, I indicated that there is a space where you could identify that you are an SEP participant or an economic empowerment applicant. Checking that off, when we register you to the dedicated platform, like it's hard to walk through it, but we verify that that is an actual approval or a certification, and you get access to the dedicated EEA SEP networking board. That is something that we give you admittance to, and that is your dedicated space for opportunities for networking in that community, in that virtual space. So for that specific question, yes, there is.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner. Director, keep going.
Thank you. So some of the fees that once you're accepted into the program, so I think that at the top of the conversation, what I had like pre-programmed in my mind, as soon as you're accepted into the program, so you've applied for the social equity program, myself or my staff have reviewed your application, you're approved. Immediately, you are getting access to technical assistance and training, and you also have immediate access to all of the benefits that flow within the program. Waived licensing application fees, waived metric monthly program fees, with the caveats that have been outlined here, a 50% reduction on annual renewal fees, the 3-year exclusive access to the social consumption and delivery license types. And then we also know that currently we are in the extended period. And so the delivery license types currently, and this needs to be updated from the last slide, but it is April 1st of 2026. Is what that is until we have a further conversation. And then application pre-certification, providing applicants, and this is what we were talking about earlier when we were visiting the suitability conversation, which incorporates that in pre-certification. This also allows you to have that done and negotiate early with property owners, local officials, investors, and more. Were there any additional questions with regards to program benefits?
I don't see any, so I think you can continue.
Awesome. Next slide. All right. And so in the spirit of a community outreach, I have created webinar events. A lot of things are going on in the commission, both just programmatically and fiscally. So we are going to do the outreach for this application support period virtually. Our webinar dates, the first one is Worcester. This is going to be a hybrid event. So this is going to be respectfully held at our headquarters. And this is going to be on Wednesday, August 25th. And then we have our next event being held in Roxbury, Wednesday, September 24th. These application support clinics provide you step-by-step guidance with regards to how to get through the application. If you have any questions on how to log in, what the paperwork requirement is, what should I submit, how is my application outstanding, am I eligible? Anything that you can think of that you might be interested in applying for the program, and what do I need to get ready to submit an application? These webinars will be here to help you to do that.
Director, did you say the one in Worcester is August 20th or August 25th?
I'm so sorry. I hope I didn't say the 25th. It's Wednesday, August 20th.
Okay.
And Roxbury will be Wednesday, September 24th.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay. I don't see any questions. Want to continue?
And my next slide is, does anyone have any questions? And if you have any questions that can't be answered today, the public, our constituents can reach me. There's my direct email. It's celia.williams@cccmass.com or equity@cccmass.com. And I will make sure that all questions are respectfully answered.
Okay, obviously, we are encouraging folks to follow up with all of you and your team, get those applications in. This is the first in the nation social equity program. I know the inaugural set of commissioners were tremendously proud of this work, and I'm glad to see it continuing even as it evolves. I do have to say, you know, it's you were Director Williams who were talking about the courses and classes and how they've gone from 23, I think, to about 73 is, I think, of needed changes to our RVT program might be worthwhile considering how, you know, and thinking of our RVT more of as a professional development track in addition to being a course in, you know, regulatory compliance, that we might want to consider how we could begin to fold some of these business programs into the RVT program. But that's just a comment for today. But Commissioner Roy, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Director Williams. I just have one final question that came in from a constituent, if I may. And the constituent is asking for an update on when programming for the 4th cohort will start and or if it will be combined with the 2025 class programming. And so just relaying a question I just received from a constituent.
No worries. So I'm assuming that, so first, so I guess this is a great, because I wanted to like close out with this. So I'm glad that everyone is listening. If you haven't noticed in this presentation that I gave today, the only word that I did not use is cohort. So we are moving away from the cohort model because first and foremost, people are attaching unrealistic, arbitrary measures of success. I was from cohort 1, I haven't made it here. Everyone's journey within the licensed cannabis and their interest is different. And so within that spirit, the social equity, what I have planned in this time frame that everyone is hearing today is something that people can regularly count on. The idea is that the social equity program application is open every year. I would love it to be this time period. Let me tell you why the time period is significant. Courses are slated to start on September 8th. They have been designed to run on a curricula schedule. And so the new curriculum is not a cohort-based curriculum. When I started this revamping curriculum, I think at that time we were calling it cohort 2. Cohort 2 did not have delivery. They did not have a lot of host community curriculum that I'm teaching. So when the curriculum is taught, it is for everyone. It evolves every year, like our regulations and the policies that my respective leadership makes in these conversations. And that then infuses down into the curriculum that we teach. And so when classes start on September 8th, it is available for everyone. Anyone who is an accepted participant within the social equity program will have access to the that's the platform, will have access to technical assistance and training. I hope that answered the question.
If I may.
Of course, go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you, Director Williams. So for everyone, so September 8th is when the curriculum will reopen.
Yes. So
Okay.
I guess I want to clarify that the curriculum's never really closed.
Okay.
Talent LMS is a self-paced module or system. So the courses that were taught last year are available on Talent LMS. The assignments are available on Talent LMS. So new instructor-led coursework and then recordings of the curriculum for 2025 will be held in September. But if someone is interested in the curriculum or needs assistance accessing the curriculum that is currently available 24/7, self-paced, myself or my team can give them access to it and show them how to walk through it. So technically, technical assistance and training is never closed. the live instructor-led piece of it is what is going to be taught now. And through that procurement process, what I've done in the beginning, the first half of the year, is build out that new curriculum, build out those new assignments, incorporating some of the changes that have happened, Chapter 180, all of those different things that have happened since the last curriculum was taught.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
All right, I lied. One more question. You said in person. Where are they held?
So they're held in Talent LMS. I believe I've given everyone access on the board, and anyone who's within the commission that doesn't have access can also see it. So Talent LMS is our learning management portal. Our classes are virtual, just because of the diversity of the instructors that we currently have, and then the space, like where do I hold them? Additionally, if I'm looking for space, and that also attaches to a fiscal responsibility, and so virtual is just easier. These are going to be held through Zoom. They're accessed through the curriculum calendar. Excuse me. They're accessed through the curriculum calendar on Talent LMS, and they are posted a week prior. So let me use this week as an example. If I was teaching courses beginning the week of the 14th, these courses would be able to be visible on the calendar no later than this current week that we're in.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner. Answering questions in real time. Commissioner Concepcion, did you have a question?
No, I had a request for like a 3-minute break before we go to the next component. So thank you, Director Williams, but my comment was just a request for a break.
Actually, what I think I'm going to do, Director Williams, if you're done, I'm going to suggest we take our half-hour lunch break.
Apologies if I went over.
No, you were all set. I'm glad you had the opportunity to work through your presentation. If there's nothing else, I will suggest we take a break, come back at 1:35, and we'll get into the rest of the licensing business and other topics on the agenda.
Thank you.
Thanks, Director.
Thank you.
Thanks, colleagues.
Thank you, Director Williams.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. Just want to make sure we have everybody. I see Director Koval, then we'll have Jamie for licensing. Commissioner Roy is with us, Commissioner Concepcion. Okay. I think we'll reconvene. We are going back to the Executive Director and Commissioner staff report or Commission staff report and picking up on the licensing data updates.
Hello, everybody.
Director, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Great.
Wonderful. All right. Let's get this show on the road. Can I have the next slide, please? All right. Here are some of our usual highlights. We have 12 applications awaiting first review, 20 applications awaiting supplemental review, 6 applications for provisional license consideration, and 5 licenses for final license consideration. We also have, 80,504 certified active patients. Next slide. Here, I'll highlight that we remain, at 12% increase compared to this time last year with respect to commenced operations. We added 8 new licensees that commenced operations since last public meeting when we met.
Wow.
Next slide. Here in our beautiful tracker, just highlighting the same things. Not much has changed. It's pretty much reflecting a more in-depth number from the previous slide. So I already highlighted the changes of ownerships, which have gone out by 8. Next slide. Here, in both cultivation slides, there have been minimal changes since last month's presentation. The only thing I can highlight, there have been 2 cultivators provisional license that surrendered their licenses. So those are the minimal changes that you see. But other than that, everything else has remained the same. Next slide. Again, nothing's changed here. This is pretty much the same. Not much changes in general for cultivation month to month. So I'll highlight when something major, but usually it's pretty slow growing, slow moving. Yep.
Oh, Commissioner Roy, go ahead. Sorry.
Thank you. I actually need to go back to the pizza tracker. Back the slide. So in the research facility, Director Koval, we had approved for final licensure. Any updates on that?
So
commenced ops.
It's currently with the licensee, so it's they're going through business decisions. So it's out of our control right now. We're waiting on them to basically move forward with the next steps. So there's no timeline on our end with respect to their license.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
And not to give you more work, but if there was another column, so like the commenced ops, I get confused because I always write it down every meeting. So I write like 754 commenced ops, 410 retailers. But is there a column to say like how many are operational? So because that's not like we don't have 754 that are operational right now. And so I don't know if there's a column that's operational, because that really because I we go around and we all publicly speak, and I feel it's not completely accurate on my part if I'm saying we have 754, and I know the list is fluid, and I think the true accurate number of operational would be very helpful to us to have that. I don't know if that's possible.
Yes, we'll work with our data team. I'll check in with the data team and see if they can assist us to incorporate something like that.
Okay, I appreciate it. And I hate to give you more work, but I really feel that's important because it shows trends too.
For sure.
Thank you.
No problem.
Commissioner, you bring up a good point. Are you looking, obviously, 754, all the people that we have allowed to commence operations, obviously people have not renewed the license or surrendered a license. You're trying to get that count?
Yeah, thank you, Acting Chair. Like, for instance, if we look at the tracker and we go to retailer in 410, right? And that can be like misleading in not the best way. And what I mean by that is people think like, oh, there's one on every corner, but there's really not one on every corner. And it might not be 410. I don't know how many are operational. Is it 389? Is it 390? Is it 400? I don't truly know how many are operational. And that also helps us understand the next slide, the cultivation, because if we know how many are operational from the retailer side of the ledger, and we look at the cultivation, and so that helps inform us, if we decide on tier relegation, or if we decide to incorporate what other jurisdictions are doing, it's nice to know how many of these folks are truly operational. And I guess that's kind of my point.
Mm-hmm. We'll look into that. Okay, should we move on to where we were with the cultivation slides? Okay, thank you, Betsy. So again, here there isn't much change compared to last month or anything to highlight. So unless there are any questions, we can move on to the HCA slide. All right, next slide. So we are now at 1,025 new submissions. I do have to caveat that with the fact that we are now, past a year since we've been reviewing these, because the review started March 1st, 2024. So now we are seeing resubmissions in the sense that an HCA that was approved last year might be resubmitted, but we still conduct a full review to ensure nothing has changed. So for tracking, we still, add it to our numbers because it's still getting a completely full review, because we can't just assume that it's the same HCA that was provided the previous year. So that's why that number will continue going up. In terms of models, we have received another 15, and the compliant number went up by 13 more models in total. And overall, we are now at 814 compliant HCAs. The number of towns continues staying at 141. I know it was 141 the last month, and I believe the month before that as well. So we haven't seen lately any new municipalities, have at least one compliant HCAs. Any questions? Oh, I see a hand.
Go ahead, Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Acting Chair. Director Koval, on the line on the non-compliant HCAs, the 166, and I just first, before I point that out, I want to point out of the 1,025, we have 814 that are compliant, and that number continues to grow. So I want to point out that's a great trend in the right direction. My question on the non-compliant, are we able to discern, is there like common denominators here? Is it certain communities? Is it certain license types? Like, is there any common denominators that we're finding for the ones that continue to struggle?
So there are different buckets. There are the ones from municipalities that are still not, playing ball, I guess. Then there are those that fall in buckets where there are really minor things that they're getting kicked back from, but because the process, takes some time, it's a contracting process that, they remain in non-compliant phase. So I feel like that those are for the ones that are minor. We don't see a trend. It could be anything, like they will miss a signature. They'll miss a date. And then the ones that are just not coming to the table, those are just using a lot of the old type of clauses, and they just, I guess, don't want to agree to update their HCs yet.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
So based on those buckets, and that's really helpful. So let's remove the bucket where there's like ministerial edits or signature. So the bucket of the non-negotiations and are we finding that bucket are from the same group of municipalities?
I would say yes. I would say, you know, there are some municipalities where you see a trend.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there a way to flag those municipalities for us as commissioners? I know anecdotally folks have reached out to me, licensees, and I've reached out to their local legislators to help bring the parties together. So I don't know if like there's a way to let commissioners know what those, who those municipalities are.
So I would actually like to, you know, loop in legal. Kajal, I don't know if you're there, but because I know we had asked them at first if we could make it public. So I'm not sure if this is something that we would want to flag during a public meeting, or, you know, what the best venue would be for this.
And I think it was explained that no, not in a public setting, but I'm wondering on like just like 2-on-2s with commissioners, or just for awareness, for commissioner awareness, not necessarily for a public listing, if you will.
Yep. If Kajal, if you don't have any issues with that, I can do that.
Yeah, if I may, Acting Chair. Yes, we can talk further about sharing that in a non-public setting. So why don't we have further discussions about that?
Yeah, I'll follow up with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Next slide. Here we see our extensions have increased by 112 since last public meeting, and the average number of days requested remains around 87. So again, it seems like pattern-wise, if we're looking at trends, we do receive around, I would say, the 150 mark monthly. So again, they are still being utilized. And that's it for me. This wraps it up for me if there are no questions.
Any other questions for Commissioner Koval? I give you a promotion. Director Koval, sorry.
All right.
Okay.
Well,
Seeing none, we will move it over to Jamie.
Good afternoon. Hope
Good
everyone's
afternoon,
doing
Jamie.
well. Hey.
We are. Thanks for your patience as we kind of move the agenda around today, but appreciate that.
Happy to accommodate.
All right, let's start off with changes of ownership.
Yes, there are 8 change of ownership and control requests for consideration today. The first licensee is ACMJ Inc. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over 1 adult use license and are requesting to add 1 individual. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Commission staff have reviewed the application for compliance with applicable laws and regulations and are presenting it for the Commission's review and vote.
Any questions on the change of ownership for ACMJ Inc.? Okay, seeing none, I would entertain a motion to approve the change of ownership for ACMJ Inc. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Concepcion?
So moved.
Do I have a second, Commissioner Roy?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
And Commissioner Stebbins votes aye. 3 in favor, none opposed. Okay, Jamie, move on to Alex Sophia.
Yes, the licensee here is Alex Sophia LLC, doing business as Honey. They're seeking a change of ownership and control over one adult use license and are requesting to add 2 individuals. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Commission staff have reviewed the application for compliance with applicable laws and regulations and are presenting it for the Commission's review and vote.
Okay. Any questions on this change of ownership? Seeing none, I'd seek a motion to approve the change of ownership for Alex Sophia LLC. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Do I have a second, Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
And Commissioner Stebbins votes aye. 3 in favor, none opposed. All right, we'll go to the next one, Jamie.
Okay, the licensee here is Green Era LLC. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over one adult use license and are requesting to add 1 entity. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Commission staff have reviewed the application for compliance with applicable laws and regulations and are presenting it for the Commission's review and vote.
Okay, any questions or comments on this change of ownership? Seeing none, I'd seek a motion to approve the change of ownership for Green Era LLC. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Concepcion?
So moved.
Do I have a second, Commissioner Roy?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
And Commissioner Stebbins votes aye. 3 in favor, none opposed. All right, Jamie, next one.
The licensee here is High Five Inc., doing business as Wemelco Industries. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over one adult use license and are requesting to add 2 individuals. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Commission staff have reviewed the application for compliance with applicable laws and regulations and are presenting it for the Commission's review and vote.
Any questions on the change of ownership for High Five Inc.? Okay, seeing none, I'd seek a motion to approve the change of ownership for High Five Inc. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Roy? Do I have a second, Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
And Commissioner Stebbins votes aye. 3 in favor, none opposed. All right, Jamie, we'll do the next one.
Okay, the licensee here is Old Planners of Cape Ann Inc., doing business as Cape Ann Cannabis. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over one adult use license and are requesting to add 1 entity. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Commission staff have reviewed the application for compliance with applicable laws and regulations and are presenting it for the Commission's review and vote.
Okay, I did have a question on this one, if I can, Jamie. I don't know if we need to pull in Director Koval or Chief Jones. There was a question at the end of this change of ownership report where there had been a failure or an oversight in acknowledging another license that I believe one of the owners was in direct control of, and that there was a plan of, excuse me, a plan of correction issued. Just trying to understand the nature of that. You know, I would consider oversight of sharing information about another license where they had, you know, an indirect control position, and just curious as to what the plan of correction might have been.
I
don't
am
know.
unsure on that. I would defer to either Director Koval or Chief Jones on that. I'm just not sure.
Sure. Chief or Director, either you, Director, I see you there, but Chief, I don't know if this falls into your purview. more appropriately. Scan through anybody. Director Koval, if you're with us, can you offer any insight you might be able to share? All right, Jamie, if it's okay, let's set this one aside for right now and we'll come back to it.
Okay.
Let's move on to sanctuary and medicinals.
Okay.
I am here,
So-
everyone. I am here.
Oh, hi, Director Koval. Sorry about that.
No
I'm
worries.
not sure if you heard my question about, I believe it was old planters of Cape Ann.
Mhm. I did not hear the question.
Okay. If I read it correctly, there was part of the report showed that there was an oversight or lack of sharing, that one of the folks involved in the change of ownership also had a level of indirect control over another licensee, and that was revealed kind of late in the process, and that there was a plan of correction that was, I think there was an NOD issued and a plan of correction. Obviously, seeing something like that is, kind of a big oversight in my book. But if there's any information you can share on that
So that
notice of
it was-
deficiency and plan of correction.
So that was actually, we would need, I don't know if Armin's still available. This was something that was discovered during the FIT investigation over on the investigations team. So, we intake the application, do our review, and then send it over to FIT, the financial
Yep.
investigations team, for their review. So that's something that was gleaned through there. So I have the report, which I'm assuming is what you have, but I don't have any more information about that.
Okay.
Not sure if Armin is still on.
Yeah, I think Chief just rejoined the meeting. Chief, welcome back. Sorry to, just had a quick question for you on the change of ownership request for old planters of Cape Ann. I believe in the report there was identified that one of the folks involved in the change of ownership had, I believe, indirect control of another license that wasn't necessarily disclosed until upon further review, a notice of deficiency was issued and then a plan of correction. Can you offer me any insight as to the notice of deficiency and the plan of correction?
So, if I have a question, a clarification question. Do you want me to provide you with the details in terms of why we issued the NOD and what their plan of correction was? Is that what you're looking for?
That would be great. I mean, just in reading that, I'm kind of like, for me, that would be kind of a major oversight if I wasn't, detailing indirect control I might have over another license as part of the review process. But whatever you want to be able to, whatever you can share about the notice of deficiency and the plan of correction would be helpful.
Okay, so typically I would look, if you don't mind, can you just give me like 2 minutes to quickly look at the plan of correction, but I can speak to the NOD. In those instances, we've had this happen in the past where, for example, if the FHA change or if there is a change of ownership without going through the process or regulatory requirements that we have, we do issue NODs for that. And so let me check to see, because this one seems like it was more of a situation of, a lack of disclosure to the commission related to that change. So I want to see what they did for the plan of correction so that at least I'm not, guessing what happened there. So if you could please give me 2 minutes to look at the plan of correction, Chair, if you don't mind.
Well,
okay.
I don't mind. What we'll do is we'll move on to the other 3 changes of ownership and then come back to this one if that works.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Jamie, let's continue with sanctuary medicinals.
Okay. The licensee here is Sanctuary Medicinals, Inc. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over one adult use license and are requesting to add 2 individuals and 1 entity. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Commission staff have reviewed the application for compliance with applicable laws and regulations and are presenting it for the Commission's review and vote.
Okay. Any questions on this change of ownership? Okay, seeing none, I would seek a motion to approve the change of ownership for Sanctuary Medicinals, Inc. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Concepcion?
So moved.
Do I have a second, Commissioner Roy?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
And Commissioner Stebbins votes aye. 3 in favor, none opposed. All right, Jamie, the next one.
The licensee here is the Hedico LLC. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over one adult use license and are requesting to add 2 individuals and 1 entity. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Commission staff have reviewed the application for compliance with applicable laws and regulations and are presenting it for the Commission's review and vote.
Okay. Any questions on this change of ownership? Seeing none, I would seek a motion to approve the change of ownership for the Hedico LLC. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Roy?
Hello.
Would you second that, Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
And Commissioner Stebbins votes aye. 3 in favor, none opposed. All right, Jamie, the last one.
Yes, the licensee here is Volcan LLC, doing business as Dreamer. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over 1 adult use license and are requesting to add 1 individual. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Commission staff have reviewed the application for compliance with applicable laws and regulations and are presenting it for the Commission's review and vote.
Okay, any questions or comments on the change of ownership for this licensee? Seeing, Commissioner Roy, go ahead.
Yeah, just a question in the board book. So I saw the executive summary. I didn't see the report on this one. Did I miss that?
Jamie, do you have?
I will
go ahead.
defer on that as well to the director of licensing. I'm just not sure.
Yeah, I think we would need Director Giancola. He gets stuff. I don't have access to board books, so I'm not sure how that works. But I can flag it for him.
Commissioner, is there any information or a question that you want to ask about that while we see if we can find the report and share it with you?
Well, I do read the reports, and like you flagged, I also was going to flag the failure to disclose from old planters, but I don't know what's in the Volcan one because I don't have access to it.
Yeah. Hang on just a moment. Let's see if we can get that page circulated if we don't have it.
You know what? I know what the issue is. These, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jamie, these are individual changes of ownerships, right? They're not entity.
Yeah, there's no entity. No
Yeah,
entity.
so for those, there are no reports. So because it doesn't go through a fit inspection, so it wouldn't have the same type of report you see for the ones that have entities.
Thank you for that. So that's helpful for future reference too. Thank you.
No problem.
All right.
Good, Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Director Koval.
Welcome.
Just get back to where I was. Okay. Seeing no other questions or comments, I would seek a motion to approve the change of ownership for Volcan LLC. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Concepcion?
So moved.
Do I have a second, Commissioner Roy?
Second.
Motion been made and seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
and Commissioner Stebbins votes aye. 3 in favor, none opposed. Chief, I will just let you know that when you're ready, feel free to turn your camera back on, but in being aware of time, we'll move on to staff recommendations on license. Jamie, go ahead.
License renewals. Thank you. There are 27 adult use renewals and 3 medical marijuana treatment center renewals for consideration today. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Commission staff have reviewed the application for compliance with applicable laws and regulations and are presenting them for the Commission's review and vote.
Thank you, Jamie. I don't have any conditions from any commissioners on this list of renewals. Commissioners, or am I missing anything? If you had a condition you wanted to offer on any of the renewals? Okay, seeing none, I would seek a motion to approve the list of renewals as included in the board packet, numbered 1 through, excuse me, 1 through 30. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Concepcion?
So moved.
Do I have a second, Commissioner Roy?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, I will do a roll call vote. Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
and Commissioner Stebbins votes aye. Opposed. All right, we will move along to provisional licensure. We have 6, and I think Commissioner Roy, as you pointed out, 4 of these are SEP folks. All right, Jamie, we will begin with number 1, DEO Enterprises, Inc.
Okay, the applicant here is DEO Enterprises, Inc. The proposed location is 90 Conn Street, number 219K in Northampton. They are seeking a marijuana third-party transporter license, and the applicant received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Commission staff have reviewed the application for compliance with applicable laws and regulations and are presenting it for the Commission's review and vote.
Okay, I did not receive any proposed conditions for this provisional licensee. Any comments or questions on this provisional license application? Okay, seeing none, I would seek a motion to approve the provisional license for DEO Enterprises, Inc., number MTN 281737. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Roy?
Moved.
Do I have a second, Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
and Commissioner Stebbins votes aye. 3 in favor, none opposed. All right, the next provisional licensee is Elevated Roots. Go ahead, Jamie.
The applicant here is Elevated Roots 3 LLC. The proposed location is 1423 Bedford Street in Abington. They are seeking a marijuana retailer license, and the applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Commission staff have reviewed the application for compliance with applicable laws and regulations and are presenting it for the Commission's review and vote.
Okay, I had one condition to offer for this licensee. I'll read it. Draft condition is as follows. Prior to final application for licensure, consider review and update of diversity hiring goals and diversity plan based on statistics of host community in region in accordance with 935 CMR 500.1011C 8K and provide a response to the CCC licensing division. Any other questions or comments? Again, I don't have any other conditions for this provisional licensee. I would seek a motion to approve the provisional license application for Elevator Routes 3 LLC MRN 285298, subject to the condition proposed by Commissioner Stebbins. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Concepcion?
So moved.
Do I have a second, Commissioner Roy?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
And Commissioner Stebbins votes aye. 3 in favor, none opposed. All right, Jamie, the next one.
The applicant here is Herbal Power LLC. The proposed location is 329 Columbus Avenue, Unit 1 in Boston. They're seeking a marijuana retailer license and the applicant received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Commission staff have reviewed the application for compliance with applicable laws and regulations and are presenting it for the Commission's review and vote.
Okay, I did not receive any conditions ahead of time with respect to this provisional licensee. Any comments or questions on this provisional license application? Seeing none, I would seek a motion to approve the provisional license for Herbal Power LLC, number MRN 285303. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Concepcion, would you second that?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
And Commissioner Stebbins votes aye. 3 in favor, none opposed. All right, Jamie, the next one.
The applicant here is Morabiza LLC. The proposed location is 393 East Main Street, Unit C in Southbridge. They are seeking a marijuana delivery operator license and the applicant received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Commission staff have reviewed the application for compliance with applicable laws and regulations and are presenting it for the Commission's review and vote.
Okay, thank you, Jamie. Commissioner Roy, I believe you have a condition you would like to consider for this provisional licensing.
I do. Thank you, Acting Chair. For Morabiza LLC, in accordance with 935 CMR 500 146.5 A through J, a delivery operator shall make available educational materials about finished marijuana products to consumers. A delivery operator shall have an adequate supply of current educational materials available for distribution. Prior to final licensure, please provide the Commission with a copy of your consumer education. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Any other conditions? Okay, seeing none, I'd seek a motion to approve the provisional license application for Morabiza LLC, number MDA 1333, subject to the condition proposed by Commissioner Roy. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Concepcion?
So moved.
Do I have a second, Commissioner Roy?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins votes aye. 3 in favor, none opposed. All right, Jamie, we'll go to the next one.
Okay, the applicant here is Responsible and Compliant Southwick LLC, doing business as Haven. The proposed location is 681 College Highway in Southwick. They're seeking a marijuana retailer license and the applicant received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Commission staff have reviewed the application for compliance with the applicable laws and regulations and are presenting it for the Commission's review and vote.
Okay, thank you, Jamie. I have to say, as a regulator, that I guess there's no better name for a licensee's application than to be responsible and compliant. I didn't receive any draft conditions for this licensee in advance. Seeing none, I will seek a motion to approve the provisional license for Responsible and Compliant Southwick LLC, number MRN 285245. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Do I have a second, Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
And Commissioner Stebbins votes aye. 3 in favor, none opposed. All right, we have one more provisional licensee. Go ahead, Jamie.
The final applicant here is Uproot LLC. The proposed location is 41 Fremont Street in Worcester. They are seeking a marijuana delivery operator license, and the applicant received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Commission staff have reviewed the application for compliance with applicable laws and regulations and are presenting it for the Commission's review and vote.
Okay, thank you, Jamie. Commissioner Roy and I both have conditions to propose for this provisional licensee. Commissioner Roy, do you want to go ahead and give yours?
Sure, thank you, Acting Chair. For Uproot LLC, in accordance with 935 CMR 500-146-5 A through J, a delivery operator shall make available educational materials about finished marijuana products to consumers. A delivery operator shall have an adequate supply of current educational materials available for distribution. Prior to final licensure, please provide the Commission with a copy of your consumer education. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. The two conditions I would like to propose, the first is prior to final application for licensure, consider review and update diversity hiring goals in diversity plan based on statistics of host community and region in accordance with 935 CMR 500.1011 C8K and provide a response to the CCC licensing division. The second reads prior to final application for licensure, clarify diversity hiring goal and measurements in diversity plan for low and moderate income individuals in accordance with 935 CMR 500.1011 C8K and provide a response to the CCC licensing division. Just to offer some clarity on the second condition, this applicant talked about obviously all their other goals for diversity hiring within their diversity plan, but they also talk about a goal, and it's to be commended for supporting and employing low and moderate income folks. It's obviously not a requirement under our current regulatory language around diversity plans. So just looking for some clarification or information as to why the license applicant decided to include this as part of their diversity plan. So again, the work is to be commended, but just want to make sure that there's clarity from both the licensee and the regulator as to its inclusion in the diversity plan. Any other comments or questions? All right, seeing none, I would seek a motion to approve the provisional license application for Uproot LLC, number MDA 1344, subject to the conditions proposed by Commissioner Roy and Commissioner Stebbins. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Do I have a second, Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
And Commissioner Stebbins votes aye. 3 in favor, none opposed. All right, Jamie, moving right along. We'll move down to final licensure.
Yeah, there are 5 final license recommendations for the Commission's consideration today. Commission staff have reviewed the applications for compliance with applicable laws and regulations and are presenting them for the Commission's review and vote.
Okay, thank you, Jamie. Any comments or questions on this slate of final licenses? Okay, seeing none, I would seek a motion to approve the final licenses 1 through 5 as provided for in the board book. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Concepcion?
So moved.
Do I have a second, Commissioner Roy?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
and Commissioner Stebbins votes aye. 3 in favor, none opposed. And just want to offer congratulations to Berkeley Botanicals, Eagles Landed, EVG Farms, Green Meadows Farm, and Pioneer Valley Trading Company. All right, Jamie, I think we have just one RVT license to be renewed as well.
Yes. The licensee here is Cannabis Trainers. They are seeking to be renewed for an additional 2-year certification to provide delivery core curriculum training in the responsible vendor training program. Since their original certification date, they have provided instruction for 3,965 marijuana establishment and medical marijuana treatment center agents. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Commission staff have reviewed the application for compliance with applicable laws and regulations and are presenting it for the Commission's review and vote.
Okay. Commissioners, any questions on the renewal of this responsible vendor training licensing? Seeing none, I'd seek a motion to approve the responsible vendor training renewal license for Cannabis Trainers, number DCCR 794123. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Roy? Do I have a second, Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
Okay, motion made and seconded. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
and Commissioner Stebbins votes aye. 3 in favor, none opposed. I know that this pretty much wraps up our business, but I know we have to go back to one change of ownership. If you'll permit me, I'd like to take a quick 5-minute break. And we'll circle back in 5 minutes and wrap up the rest of our agenda. So we'll be in a 5-minute recess.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, everybody, for your patience. We need to go back to our staff recommendations on changes of ownership. This is regarding Old Planters of Cape Ann. Again, I had a question about kind of a late in the process notice of deficiency and plan of correction. Had a chance to talk offline with GC and Chief of Enforcement. It's my understanding we probably need to attach a condition to this change of ownership because the plan of correction for the NOD really doesn't kind of help get resolved until the change of ownership is actually approved. So what I would like to suggest, obviously Chief Jones is here if my colleagues have any questions, but what I would like to propose is we approve the change of ownership for Old Planters of Cape Ann, Inc., subject to the condition of upon approval and effectuation of change of ownership, the applicant must provide to Department of Licensing evidence and attestation that the issues related in the point of plan of correction have been resolved. I'll open it up if any of my colleagues have questions on this matter, but thanks for the patience to work with GC and Chief to propose this condition to, again, help effectuate the plan of correction that the licensee has given us. Commissioner Roy, go ahead.
And thank you for flagging this. I was going to point it out as well. So thank you, Acting Chair. My question is around, I think Director Coble said the FIT discovered this, and was there an, how do I say this? Was there intent or was it an oversight around this omission?
ICCA.
Director? Go.
If I may, Acting Chair,
Go
based
ahead,
on their based on their explanation, through the plan of correction, we don't, seem to believe that it was intentional. Based on the historical background or information that they gave to us from the licensee, it doesn't seem deliberate. It does not seem that way. It was more of like of an oversight more than anything else. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Acting Chair.
Concepcion.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to ask you first if you can restate the condition, because I was looking for sort of the triggering time frame, because I understand this is post the vote for the change of ownership, and then what happens. So do you mind restating your condition?
Yeah, no problem. The proposed condition we would attach to this change of ownership is upon approval and effectuation of change of ownership, applicant must provide to Department of Licensing evidence and attestation that the issues raised in the plan of correction have been resolved. And from my quick conversation with both I&E and licensing, tough to kind of put a timetable on some of these because it's a legal process. I would suggest in some respects that we couldn't say like within 30 days because sometimes it takes longer. And Director Koval, correct me if I'm wrong in that statement.
You're correct. You're correct.
Okay. Commissioner, any other thoughts?
I think that's, I'm just, it feels like open-ended, so that was my only concern. But it says upon approval, so we're saying that the approval is contingent on the information being received?
It's upon approval, our vote today, upon approval of the change of ownership and the effectuation of it, which is kind of on the licensee's part, that once that's done, they need to provide to the Department of Licensing evidence and attestation that the issues raised and how they're addressed in the plan of correction have been resolved.
I guess my question is for Chief Jones, if that's adequate to have a resolution.
Chief?
If I may, Acting Chair.
Of course.
This has me thinking now in terms of do we provide if, let's say, for example, because yes, Director Kovo is right. There are so many different variables that we need to consider, especially when it comes to effectuation of this change of ownerships. So we could give them, let me ask, Director Kovo, typically how long does it take from what you've seen?
It is, unfortunately, there is no answer. It's all over the place. So we've had people effectuate within a month. We've had people literally take 8 months. It's all over the map. There isn't like, it's difficult.
Okay.
There isn't a mid-range.
Okay, so with that said, I'm very comfortable considering with the fact that we have the word effectuation there, approved and effectuation of the change of ownership, that I am comfortable with the condition with the language, because then that would mean if it is not resolved, since the board, that will be the condition that the board has set forth. If they don't provide us the evidence, such as operating agreements or the point or sale documentation and things like that, or the attestation, will be able to bring this matter before the board on that basis. So I'm comfortable with that. I'm comfortable with the condition.
Thank you, Chief Jones. And in that case, then I'm in agreement. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Roy, go ahead.
Who completes the fit?
If who completes the fit, you mean who? If can you ask that question differently? Sorry.
Of course, sure. The financial investigation team, is that our staff, or do we procure a company that does these financial backgrounds?
Oh, no, it's our staff. So it's the financial investigations team that is overseen by 2 investigations managers right now. And then all their change of ownerships are also reviewed, or recommendations are also reviewed by our Director of Investigations before it goes to the board. Before it goes to the executive director or goes to the board. That is the financial team. However, in instances where we feel that the matter is convoluted or it's complex, it's such a complex investigation, we do have a third-party vendor or a vendor that has, oversight on financial investigations.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, seeing none, I would seek approval for the change of ownership to Old Planters of Cape Ann, Inc., subject to the condition of upon approval and effectuation of change of ownership, applicant must provide to Department of Licensing evidence and attestation that the issues raised in the plan of correction have been resolved. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Do I have a second, Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
And Commissioner Stebbins votes aye, 3 in favor, none opposed. All right, that wraps up all of our licensing work. Jamie, thank you very much. Director Koval, Chief Jones, thank you. Jamie, have a great rest of your important day. Moving on to the last items, new business not anticipated at the time of posting. The chair did not have any new business not anticipated at the time of posting. Our next meeting date, currently we're working towards July 28th. And I've also asked commissioners to hold July 29th for us to come back, review the regulatory language around social consumption and some of the other proposed changes that we've discussed at our most recent policy meeting. Also, hopefully to include language with respect to shelf-stable food items. Again, we may not need the 29th, but I wanted to hold that just in case. I'd invite my colleagues, obviously, feel free to reach out to Deputy General Counsel Mike Baker if you have any questions about the current version of the regulatory language. Also, if I could suggest that when we convene on the 28th, obviously we've already gone through the language once, but if commissioners want to obviously make sure that they've put pins in parts of the language that they want to come back to and review, that might be a way for us to help expedite and make more efficient the proceedings on the 28th. So I throw that out as a suggestion or recommendation. And you see the rest of the meeting dates beyond that. Obviously, as we move through the promulgation process, additional dates might need to be added for public hearing dates on regulations as well. So we'll try to keep everyone updated on any other changes to the calendar. If there's nothing else, I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Do I have such a motion, Commissioner Concepcion?
Before I make the motion, one comment, Acting Chair, thank you so much. If there was ever a day to have a remote meeting, it was today. So thank you. That drive to Worcester from Boston would have been, I'm sure we all got some of the flood warnings today, but aside from that, so moved.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Roy, would you second that?
I'll second. Yep, second.
All right. Motion made and seconded. I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Concepcion.
Ooh, aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
And Commissioner Stebbins votes aye. Thank my colleagues for their great work today. A lot of good work got done. Thank our incredible team for pulling off today's meeting, and we are adjourned. Thanks, everyone.
Thank
you.